June 1st, 2026, at 7:21. I call this meeting to order. The first order of business, we'll have a motion to admit. Mr. Wallner.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the following non-registered voters or visitors be admitted to the meeting: Rob Carbone, Maureen Doherty, and Harold Miller, who are freedom of the floor, and further that the following non-registered voters be admitted to the meeting and permitted to sit with the officials and departments they serve: Susan Duplin, Town Clerk; Stephanie Connolly, Assistant Town Clerk; Delaney Sharkey, Staff; Danielle McKnight, Town Planner; Patrick Daly, Superintendent of Schools; Darren Klein, KP Law, Town Counsel. I don't think if John shows up, John Ekman, KP Law, Town Counsel; Senator Bruce Tarr. And further, that in the event of an overflow, the non-registered voters be allowed to remain in the cafe. Brian Carter, Matthew Cooper, Jerry Noel, Joe Markey, Trevor Currier, Dan Brown, Chris Thomas, Joseph Small, Todd Wickel, Marianne McKay, Debbie Carbone, Allison Kane, I think it's Jackson Wisco, sorry if I didn't do that right, Nathan Curtis, Megan Russell, Corinna Benedict, Alyssa Gerakoulis, Megan Mabet, Izzy, can't read the last name, Matt Prince, Jason Smith, Lillian Hartman, James Lynch, Sean Kelleher, Mike Connolly, Dan O'Donnell, Connor Mullen, Jim Castelno, Lydia Eldridge, and I also can't read the last name. Oh, sorry. And to add to that, Ann Peckham and David Cohn.
On the motion to admit, any questions? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous? They may be brought into the room. Well, while they're coming into the room, town employees are sitting to my right. And then some of the guests will be sitting there, and there are guest chairs over against the other wall. All registered voters should be wearing an aqua ribbon. Other voters should be wearing, the visitors should be wearing a black ribbon. Please shut your cell phones off so they don't disrupt the meeting. All speakers will have 5 minutes unless the meeting votes to give them additional time. There are two microphones out here. If you're seeking recognition, go to a microphone, wait to be recognized, state your name and address for the record, and then you may speak to the article. You cannot speak about things that are not related to that article. You can't get up and speak about the article before or the article that's coming. You got to talk about that issue to keep the meeting moving. We use the clickers. You should all have if you're a registered voter, you should have a clicker. And I will when I call for a vote, you'll each go to your clicker, you'll click yes or no, and results come up on the screen. This has worked wonderful since we got it, I think, a year ago or more. A year ago. So
Just one additional name, Lydia Batchelor.
We have you're making another motion, right?
I make a motion to admit Lydia Batchelor.
Any questions? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Unanimous. Mr. Wallner, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Rich. Mr. Wallner, motion.
I move to dispense with the reading of the warrant and to refer to the articles by number, and further to dispense with the reading of the return of service by the constable.
Any questions on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Ms. Moran, Article 1.
Can you hear me? Great. Article 1, Fiscal Year 2026 Budget Amendment. I move to amend the fiscal year 2026 operating budget approved under Article 16 of the June 9, 2025 Spring Annual Town Meeting as follows. Transfer $69,600 from line 33, Pensions and Benefits, to line 100, Regional VOTEC and Essex Agricultural.
Recommendation for the Select Board.
Select Board recommends by unanimous vote.
Finance Committee.
Finance Committee recommends.
Does the School Committee have a recommendation or no? Nope. Okay. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous? Just motion to admit.
I have a motion to admit Brendan Clark, 9 Greenwood Road, Reading, Massachusetts.
Of the motion, any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Article 2.
Article 2, Fiscal Year 2026 Capital Budget Amendment. I move to amend the Fiscal Year 2026 capital budget by adding the following. Appropriate $200,000 from free cash to the Town Hall electrical and HVAC project, including all costs incidental and related thereto, and $50,000 from free cash to the Town Hall septic systems maintenance and repair, including all costs incidental and related thereto.
Recommendation for the Select Board.
Select Board recommended by unanimous vote.
Finance Committee.
Finance Committee recommends.
Discussion? Mr. Gilberto.
Thank you. Through you, these are two necessary projects at the Town Hall, the first of which is to provide additional electric capacity. We've reached the maximum that we can service in the building, so we'll be adding electric capacity in conjunction with Reading Municipal Light Department, And secondly, this is for repairs to the town hall septic system. There may be a subsequent appropriation in the fall for more significant, longer-term repairs, but this is considered a request for short-term repair and for additional pumping of the system. Thank you.
Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous.
Article 3, Fund Fiscal Year 2026 Snow and Ice Deficit. I move to appropriate from free cash the amount of $765,000 to fund the deficit in the fiscal year 2026 snow and ice budget as specified in Article 3 is printed in the warrant.
Recommendation for the Select Board.
The Select Board recommended by unanimous vote.
Finance Committee.
Finance Committee recommends.
Further discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Article 4.
Article 4, Fiscal Year 2026 Appropriate or Transfer Funds to Capital Improvement Stabilization Fund. I move to appropriate from free cash the amount of $1,207,754 to be added to the Capital Improvement Stabilization Fund, as specified in Article 4 is printed in the warrant.
Recommendation for the Select Board.
Select Board recommended by unanimous vote.
Finance Committee.
Finance Committee recommends.
Further discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Article 5.
Article 5, Fiscal Year 2026, appropriate or transfer funds to other post-employment benefits liability trust fund. I move to appropriate from free cash the amount of $100,000 to be added to other post-employment benefits liability trust fund, as specified in Article 5 as printed in the warrant.
Recommendation for the Select Board.
Select Board recommended by unanimous vote.
Finance Committee.
Finance Committee recommends.
Further discussion? Seeing none, those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Article 6, Mr. Tyler.
Good evening. Article 6. I move to appropriate from free cash the amount of $350,000 to be added to the stabilization fund as specified in Article 6 as printed in the warrant. Oh.
Recommendation for the Select Board.
Select Board recommends by unanimous vote.
Finance Committee.
Finance Committee recommends.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed?
You can look around the room before you say no questions, just so we have an opportunity to get up. That would be appreciated. Amy Sonia, 24 Fieldcrest Terrace. I just hear a lot of chatter. People are wondering what the stabilization fund is. They're seeing $5 million, and we're saying we don't have money. So if someone could explain what this fund does and why we maintain such a large balance.
Mr. Moderator?
Mr. Gilberto.
Thank you. Through you, this is emergency fund that can only be spent with an appropriation from town meeting approval from town meeting. It's for catastrophic change in our revenue stream from one year to the next. It could be for an unforeseen emergency, such as a catastrophic failure in a building, for which we need to come up with funding in fairly short order. It's an important consideration with regard to our overall financial health, so we maintain it as a large balance beyond for the two reasons I just identified. But for all intents and purposes, it's an emergency fund for us to address any unforeseen emergencies that might come up.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Article 7, Tyler.
Article 7, I move to appropriate funds from the Water Stabilization Fund as follows. Transfer $108,747 from water retained earnings and transfer $550,000 from line 105, Water Department Debt, in Article 16 of the June 9th, 2025 Town Meeting, as amended by Article 8 of the October 6, 2025 Town Meeting, as specified in Article 7, as printed in the warrant. Oh, I will get that.
Recommendation for the Select Board.
Select Board recommends by unanimous vote.
Finance Committee.
Finance Committee recommends.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Article 8, Mr. Tyler.
Article 8, to see if the town will vote to appropriate by transfer from unexpended funds remaining in warrant articles of previous years or appropriate by transfer from any available source of funds a sum of money for legal, engineering, consulting, and/or other services associated with the 20 Elm Street Chapter 40B comprehensive permit application, including any costs incidental or related thereto, or what it will do in relation thereto.
Did you read that?
Oh, I did not. I move to pass over Article 8 as printed in the warrant.
Recommendation for the Select Board.
Recommend passing over unanimously.
Finance Committee.
Finance Committee recommends passing over.
Further discussion?
Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Gilberto.
Thank you. Just by way of an update for town meeting with regard to this project, for those who don't know, the Zoning Board of Appeals issued a comprehensive permit for a 200-unit development at the property at the end of April. The appeal period for the permit has expired without an appeal being filed, and no further legal action is required at this time. The recommendation from the Select Board is to pass over the article, and just as a point of information, as of May 26th, the town is compliant with Massachusetts State Law, Chapter 40B, regarding the percentage of affordable housing units in town, with our percentage now of constructed or permits for which, or units for which permits have been issued now exceeding 10%. Thank you.
Mr. Yule.
Thank you. Mr. Yule, Jeff Yule, 427 Park Street. Just want to get a clarification on the votes. When the Select Board says they are voting unanimously, that's obvious. But when we hear a vote that the board recommends, or in the case of the Finance Committee recommends, is that a majority vote? Is it a unanimous vote? We don't know. So is there a definition to that statement?
This is the first year that I recall the Board of Selectmen suggesting that their votes were unanimous or otherwise. The Finance Committee, all of our votes tend to be unanimous, although at times there may be one person who's absent in the meeting when
Through you, Mr. Chair? I mean, Mr. Moderator?
Yeah.
Yes. I beg to differ with the fact that they haven't been doing unanimous announcements of their vote. That has occurred almost every year that I have been in town since 1995. That being said, I think it would help the community if you clarified by your vote by saying it was a unanimous or it was a 3-2 or 5-1 or whatever the vote might be. That'd be very helpful. It gives us an idea of where the board or the committee is standing on a given issue. Thank you.
Sir?
Hi there. Can you hear me? Sorry.
Yes.
John Carruthers, 3 Judith Drive. I have to get down here a little bit, sorry. I wanted to ask how much funds have been paid already and are currently on retainer for this purpose. I couldn't find it in the handout. And then also, if the appeal period has expired, what is the directive here from the additional funding?
Mr. Gilberto?
Through you, I do not have the amount expended on me at this point in time. I know we have been utilizing the funds to assist the Board of Appeals over the past few months as they've held hearings and written a comprehensive permit. So there are expenditures that have occurred. We typically will reconcile those dollar amounts in the month of June, and I'm happy to report that amount at the next select board meeting so people will at least be aware of it. The next step here with regard to litigation is really none at this point in time. We intend to leave the funding, the previous appropriations that are out there in place. There are over $100,000 that has been unexpended as of the last town meeting. So we'll leave those funding, that funding in place for probably another year or so. But really the next step I think people should be prepared for is to see activity at the site. You're going to start to see activity on the site itself and eventually construction.
Okay, so no new activity here, more so closing out the prior consultancy debt?
So we thought we might need additional funding at town meeting tonight. With there being no appeal, we do not need additional funding at this point in time. So again, that's why no further action is required.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Aye. Motion carries. Article 9, Mr. Tyler.
Article 9, to see if the town will vote to raise by taxation and appropriate or appropriate by transfer from any available sources of funds a sum of money to pay prior year bills. Oh, I've been doing it the whole time. Okay. I move to authorize the select board to choose all necessary town officers not elected by ballot or for whom another appointed authority has not been designated by state law, charter, or... Oh, I'm holding it in my hand. That's because I keep forgetting to give to the moderator. 3 guesses who the new select boardman is tonight. All right, let's take this one from the top. Article 9, I move to authorize payment of bills of a prior fiscal year from the fiscal year 2026 operating budget voted under Article 16 of the June 9th, 2025 annual town meeting in the following amounts. $68.69 from line 107, Hillview Country Club expenses to pay a Hillview Verizon bill for fiscal year 2025. What'd I say? Okay. I thought you gave me the easy ones tonight.
Recommendation from the Select Board.
Select Board recommends by unanimous vote.
Finance Committee.
Finance Committee recommends by unanimous vote.
This is a prior year bill, so it requires a 4/5 vote of the body. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? It was clearly 4/5. Motion carries. Article 10, Mr. Tyler.
Article 10, I move to authorize the Select Board to choose all necessary town officers not elected by ballot or for whom another appointed authority has not been designated by state law, charter, or bylaw, and to determine what instructions shall be given.
Recommendation for the Select Board.
Select Board recommends unanimously.
Finance Committee.
Finance Committee says no action required unanimously.
There you go. Everything you needed to know. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Yeah. The town council has brought to my attention that on Article 9, which was the prior year bill, I thought I could, but he went and looked it up and caught me. You could have told me. So we're going to do a revote with the clickers. So this is Article 9. This is the $68.69 Verizon bill. So it's 4/5. Yep. So he's going to open it. If you're in favor. Voting's open. So go to the clicker and please vote. Yeah. Close the voting. Motion passes. It's your turn, I'll call you.
Are we on 10 or 11?
We're on 11.
I think we just redid 9.
Article 11, Mr. Massey.
Good evening, everyone. Mr. Moderator, I move to accept the town report for the calendar year 2025 as the report of town officers and committees.
The Finance Committee wishes to give a report under this article.
Thank you, John. Good evening. Abby Hurlbut, Chair of the North Reading Finance Committee. As we plan for the upcoming fiscal year, we do so with the knowledge that without additional revenue, maintaining the current level of services will not be possible. Increased needs, inflation, and the state's mandated 2.5% tax cap make this an impossible task. Services, wages, and other expenses have increased at a greater rate than 2.5%. When we started this year's budget process, the municipal deficit was just under $700,000. To balance FY27's budget, some budget requests have been denied. Various important capital items have been unfunded, as you will learn later during the capital report. Vacant positions have remained unfilled. Some services and personnel have been decreased or eliminated. There will be no decrease in the all-day kindergarten tuition funding, and funding will be required, full funding, in the near future. North Reading remains one of only 12 districts in the state that does not offer tuition-free all-day kindergarten. With an aging infrastructure, we have experienced an increase in unanticipated substantial repairs and equipment replacements this year. You may expect that similar demands may occur in the upcoming year, and the list goes on. We do not take these necessary reductions lightly. North Reading is in good company with many other towns suffering similar issues. Without additional increased revenue or additional state aid, further reductions will be necessary. Maintaining the services that we have all come to expect will be impossible. The town has been very prudent in its budgeting over the years and continues to be fiscally prudent. A strong indication of this is the increase in our bond rating. Our increased bond rating positively affects our ability to borrow as well as the cost of borrowing. We have, however, reached a point where there must be serious consideration given to a tax cap override next spring if we wish to be able to sustain quality education programs, good public safety, infrastructure maintenance, and reasonable public programs. We suffer from a structural deficit in the sense that the spread between revenue and necessary expenses grows every year. This has been a difficult budget season, and it will only become more difficult. As individuals, we are all faced with increased costs and have had to make difficult decisions, whether it's been at the grocery store, the gas station, when purchasing other necessities, deciding on activities, or just trying to survive in some reasonable manner while planning for the future. It is not an easy time for you and I, nor is it easy for municipal government. I would ask that during this year, you give this serious thought. Ask questions, attend meetings, many are virtual, understand our community's dilemma, and work with your town towards a sustainable budget which meets all our needs. This is not an easy ask, and it will take all of us to arrive at a successful outcome. This is your town, and you, the voters, will ultimately make these decisions through your vote at town meeting. Participate, ask questions, learn and understand, support, and work with your community in developing a reasonable way to move forward while meeting the needs of all. Thank you.
Article 11, that is Article 11. Any other, there's no other groups wishing to speak? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Article 12, Mr. Massey.
Mr. Moderator, Article 12. I move to raise and appropriate the amount of $425,000 to be transferred into the other post-employment benefits liability trust fund as specified in Article 12 as printed in the warrant.
Recommendation for the Select Board.
Select Board unanimously recommends.
Finance Committee.
Finance Committee unanimously recommends.
Any discussion? Mr. Barrett.
John Barrett, 2 Dogwood Lane. I have a question for the Finance Committee. Doesn't have to be answered tonight, but I would like to know, do you guys maintain projections of unfunded pension liabilities by year going out to 2040? Do you have an answer to that question?
It's an actuarial study,
So,
we don't have this year's, but it's vast.
Do you have, I guess the question is, do you have a year-by-year projection of unfunded pension liabilities from 2026 to 2040?
I'd like to pass you to the finance director.
No, they don't, we don't have on an annual basis. It's a cumulative amount, but it's done by, we have an outside actuarial firm that we have to have it done every single year.
So you do by year, but you don't project out into the future years?
They project it out into the future, but it's cumulative. They don't give us like 2027 is going to be this, 2028 is going to be that. They do the cumulative out, but they do it every year.
Would you be able, I don't know if you have it with you, but maybe for next town meeting, would you be able to present what the cumulative unfunded pension liability is projected out?
Yes, I don't have it with me tonight, but it's something that, just like the other piece of information, we can provide at the next select board meeting so that the public is aware of what it is.
So, okay, so it would be provided at a select board meeting potentially?
Probably, yeah.
Okay. So would select board take that action? I'd like to see a projection of unfunded pension liability out to however long they project it.
Mr. Gilberto.
Through you, Mr. Moderator, so just to be clear, this appropriation is for other post-employment benefits, namely health insurance, not for our pension liability. Our unfunded post-employment, so health insurance benefits, has ranged, depending upon our health insurance rates, between $40 and $60 million. So this is a strategy that we have employed to put money aside each year for new hire employees. The second part that I think you're maybe asking about, we're part of the Middlesex County Retirement System. They have a larger unfunded liability that they're required by state law to fund, I think, by 2036. Is that the right year? So we could present both pieces of information at a select board meeting. Probably we review our next audit, which is usually in the summertime.
Okay. Yeah, I think I probably misspoke. I probably didn't mean just pension liability, just unfunded liability that includes pensions and health care costs and stuff like that out into the future. So thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Article 13. Mr. Massey.
Mr. Moderator, Article 13, I move to raise and appropriate and transfer the amount set forth in the column headed Select Board Recommended in lines 1 through 115, including the transfer of other funds totaling $98,734,283, except to increase line 16, Salary Pool Supplement, by $197,713, and decrease line 39, Fire Department Salaries, by $197,713. All is set forth in the budget detail dated June 1, 2026, as printed in the warrant, and further that the lines for department salaries and expenses shall be considered a single appropriation for each department, except for line 101, which shall be for purposes of paying assessments to Northeast Metropolitan Regional Vocational High School and Essex North Shore Agricultural and Technical High School as specified in Article 13 as printed in the warrant.
Recommendation for the Select Board.
Select Board recommends unanimously.
Finance Committee.
Good evening, everyone. My name is David Strauss, member of the Finance Committee for Woodbury Lane. I just want to take a brief moment to explain our position because it's slightly different based on all the changes from what's printed in the warrant. We voted this evening unanimously to support the budget as amended and presented tonight by the Select Board, but we did want to take a brief moment to just explain what sort of changed and where we as a committee came down on that position. So the primary difference between the Finance Committee column was printed in the warrant and the Select Board's budget is printed in the warrant, the adjustment that you're hearing here tonight revolves around the proposed increase in the fire department staffing by 4 additional new firefighters halfway through this fiscal year. Now we, as a committee, fully support the idea behind this, but the reality of our budget is that we do not believe we can sustain the ongoing operating costs of 4 additional firefighters at this time without a recurring source of revenue sufficient to fund these firefighters on an ongoing basis. I think you may hear some potential opportunities that may be becoming available in terms of grants or other things that might make that possible, but as we see here tonight, right, and as we revisit this most likely in the fall where there may be a proposal to move this money from the salary pool back to the fire department, we want to make it very clear that we as a committee cannot support, we are unanimous on this, at this time, hiring these 4 additional firefighters because we do not believe we have the operating revenue to sustain it on a go-forward basis in FY 28 and beyond. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Mr. Gilberto.
Mr. Moderator, I would like to request a 10-minute leave of the meeting to do a presentation on the town's 2027 operating budget.
Okay. Did you say 10?
10 minutes.
Mr. Gilberto's asked for 10 minutes to present the 2027 budget. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Just as a reminder for the folks here in the room, this budget process relies on collaboration by a number of the folks who are at the front of the room here. Mr. Moderator. Mr. Moderator, may I continue? Thank you. So again, this budget relies on collaboration by a number of the folks here at the front of the room. Multiple months over which this takes place, including varying revenue projections, changes in requests for departments. So you may have seen different budgets along the way over the past few months, but what you saw in the warrant and as reflected by the amendments is what's before you this evening. Just to give you an idea, our 2026 general fund budget was $90.2 million, $68.1 million of which was from taxes. Our property taxes are our largest and most stable source of revenue. As I've indicated in previous town meetings, we are on a trend where Our fixed costs, our municipal and school budgets are exceeding our projections year over year. Looking backwards, we project that forward for the next now 17 years, and we show significant deficits. Our new growth, we've talked about new construction here in town, particularly multifamily apartments being a significant source of that revenue. This current year, fiscal year, we explained last year, we were expecting to see substantially less free cash due to necessary budget adjustments tied to changes in new growth and pressures in the escalation of costs. We've used leftover funds from one year to the next, and we'll do so again this evening to try to balance the budget. It shows up in the form of free cash that you're asked to vote upon. I think everybody who's been paying attention to town meeting or attended town meeting has seen this slide, so I'm not going to go over it for too long. And we've been talking about this for multiple years, as indicated by the slides that are up here. We try to follow the same goals that we followed in previous years of maintaining services to the extent that we can, and in the case of this particular year, to do so without relying on a Proposition 2.5 override. This shows a summary side by side between 2026 and 2027. It shows up in various forms in the 18 or so page omnibus budget, as well as the expense and revenue projections that appear at the front of the warrant. This shows you a picture of the breakdown of funds between the school, municipal, and fixed costs. I'll leave that for 1 second there. Just talking about the municipal budget, the solid waste and recycling update. Market-driven changes are going to cause for a need for there to be changes in the trash and recycling program effective July 1st. This is resulting in a $945,000 increase, as indicated on line 55 of the budget. There will be a corresponding increase in the quarterly fee in an amount to be determined at a hearing later this month by the Select Board. Each resident will receive a curbside trash and recycling collection cart for trash, one for trash and one for recycling later this month, that will be collected by an automated collection truck on a weekly basis. There will be more information forthcoming in the coming weeks, but this is something that's very much on the horizon coming soon. Talking about municipal budget impacts, the most significant are the proposal not to fund the youth services director position in 2027. We'll be looking to establish a successor position to a federally grant-funded youth position that's currently within the police department. We talked about the $197,713 salary pool change. Instead of funding the salary for the 4 firefighters for half of the year, we're going to pursue a federal grant, which we expect to know in September, at which point for October town meeting we'll be able to report back whether there's a need to move that funding from salary pool back to the fire department budget or to some other place, potentially including the Finance Committee reserve. We used $214,970 in miscellaneous capital funding from free cash this year, which is, again, money that was left from last year that we're able to roll into this year's budget. And I'll just flag at the very bottom there, 2028 will bring more challenges. We'll need to look to either identify additional revenue, reduce our workforce beyond the positions that are currently vacant, resulting in impacts on services, a further reduction in our expense accounts, which could expose the town to underfunded departmental budgets. I'm not going to go through every line here, but it shows the different requests above level service that were made that we were not able to fund. This information is on the town website. Just talking briefly about the school department budget, they have a balanced budget this year with an increase from last year of 4.3%, or $1.7 million over the 2026 budget. This is a summary slide of what the budget conclusions were that is also available on the website. I'm not going to read every line that's on here, but I'd encourage you to take a look if you have not already. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Nice job, 5 minutes. Right there. Further discussion? Mr. McGrath.
Edward McGrath, 8 Laurel Road. In light of what Mr. Gilberto just explained, and given what's going to be happening with head counts going forward and the lack of filled positions, I have a question on the school budget, the administration. School budget for this fiscal year, the request is for $3,957,492. Last year, it was 3,596, 579, so we're looking for an increase of 360, almost $361,000. Can we get an explanation on what that is for?
Michael Conley, School Finance Director, through the moderator. So the school administration budget includes the not only the administrative positions, but I believe the line item that you're looking at also refers to other administrative costs, including the administrative assistants and business office staff that all work to conduct the operations of the district office. So that increase certainly funds some modest cost of living adjustments, other increases on the expense side of the equation with software and supplies and shipping costs and everything that goes on the administrative side of the budget. And that's really the majority of those increases.
I'm talking, sir, it's the salaries line item number 83. Because I see below the expenses, but I'm just talking the line item 83 on page 29 of the warrant, if anyone wants to look it up.
Okay. Yeah, so the administration, that is not only the administrative positions in the school department, district office, principals, central office staff, special education staff. It's also administrative assistants, as I said earlier, that all fund and flow into that administrative budget. So the majority of that increase is due to some cost of living increases, and I think there was one additional position that's also included in that budget.
And that is?
That is a coordinator, administrative coordinator position.
Okay. I just question how we're adding headcount going forward, and given the projections that we've heard this evening, how can we keep adding headcount right now for long-term liability? Look, these salaries are going to be built into the next year's budget with the increase in costs and the retirement liability that brings along with that?
So the school department has a strategic plan, and there's been a long-term vision and initiative to look at our leadership model and our curriculum leadership model and add assistance to help align curriculum across the district. North Reading, when you compare us to our peers across the community, really doesn't have that second level of tier of curriculum leadership across the district that is important to align the curriculum and provide that layer of support. So we use that strategic vision over a 5-year basis to help guide our new initiatives. And that is a position that has been deferred for a number of years. And we, through the school committee and Dr. Daly and our administrative team, and through feel that is a very valuable position to help move this district forward and align curriculum.
I'm not questioning whether the position is needed. I'm questioning whether we should be able to fund it, given we can't hire the firefighters, vacant positions are being, the youth services directors not being staffed or funded. I just don't think it should be funded, that position right now. I'd like to have it too, but it's just, I don't think it's financially feasible for the town going forward. And I don't know how we go about removing that salary amount out of the budget. Mr. Moderator, I'll ask you for your advice on that.
Mr. Daly?
Just have a couple of slides. It's a good question. I know administrative salaries are difficult to understand. I believe the third slide should say, no, humanities coordinator should say at the top. One more. Thank you. So just to inform, can I continue?
Well, that's not for you.
Okay.
That's for Michael. Look how much time you had.
Just as a reminder, as a result of the failed override, we've cut 26.2 positions in the last few years. We have many things that we need to do in our district that are moving forward. Just so that everyone's on the same page, many of you think back to your high school and you had possibly a position like a department head, where a department head had a couple of different, may have taught 2 or 3 classes, and then they had time for supervisory duties. We don't have that in North Reading. That's a program that we've filled with curriculum leaders. If you see curriculum leaders in our budget, those are full-time teachers teaching 5 full classes, and they receive a stipend for that. So what we've been trying to build for the last 15 years is having a curriculum leadership model that allows those teachers to continue to do what they do best. They do a fantastic job with leadership of their departments, but instead of having a department that is led by an administrator, one for math, one for science, one for social studies, one for English language arts, we've come up with this idea of a hybrid model. So we partially supported a STEM coordinator a few years ago. This position of humanities coordinator has been in the budget for the last 3 years. Our concern with not moving forward with this, number one, would be the implications of this model will not survive without the other positions. So we've had sort of 2 legs of the stool with the STEM coordinator and the curriculum leaders, but we don't have that humanities piece. It's much more cost efficient than if we go into collective bargaining with our staff next year and have to rethink our whole curriculum leadership model. So we think this is actually a cost saving position over the line down the road. Over the next 5 years, as I've just highlighted here, you may have heard about all these statewide graduation requirements that are coming down the pike. We have end of course assessments, we have capstone projects, civics project requirements that's going to be a part of graduation, financial literacy, and AI modules. In addition, this position is going to do supervision evaluation, course alignment, program offerings, and it's also going to give more opportunities for students for education. So we fully understand the needs across the board, but what we asked to understand is that with our cuts of 26 positions in the last 2 years, the 3 positions that we're adding, this other is the school adjustment counselor, which is essential, and the interventionists and tutors. If we are faced next year with needing to make cuts, we would ask that we would make that decision based on all of the positions that we have to choose from. Right now, the positions that we have in here, we feel are essential for our district, and if we have to make cuts in the future, we would consider all of these positions as a part of that. And overall, I know it's hard when you talk about administrative positions. If you could go to the next slide for 1 second, Matthew. Just to show overall where North Reading compares, you often hear top-heavy administrators. We are the light blue there. We are below the average with our administrative staff. So people don't understand fully what the responsibilities are of these administrative positions. We feel that this is essential for us to do.
And what's that salary going to be?
What's the salary
Of this coordinator that you just described?
Typically, you can say what the position's supposed to be.
Mr. Conley, go ahead.
So the budgeted salary for that new position that Dr. Daly just referenced that is included in the fiscal 27 budget is $114,897.
That's full year round.
I understand that. It's just $114,000 that we're looking forward. We're tight now. We were tight last year. We were tight the year before that, and it looks like we're going to be tight for the next 5 to 10 years. And I just don't see how you add a person at $114,000 salary, because the cost of living increase is going to increase just with cost of living, the benefits. It's more than 114.
Yep. And it's much more, like we said, just the last thing, we anticipate it's much more than that if we have to go back into the collective bargaining and try to figure out this model moving forward. Thank you.
Mr. McGrath, the only part of the school budget that town meeting votes is the total bottom line. We can't amend within their budget.
Okay.
That's a school committee. So
I couldn't,
I'm not
making a motion would be out of line. It wouldn't be.
You can't make a motion.
That's what I'm saying. It's out of line. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
You're welcome. Sir.
Thank you. Tom Angeli, 42 Tower Hill Road. So my question is general, and I think it's probably for the Finance Committee. And so we talk about these accounts and how much is in them. Are these accounts interest-bearing accounts that the town invests in? And that being said, how is the profits from the interest-bearing accounts appropriated? Is that how it works?
I'd like to, the town finance director is in charge of those accounts and the deposits and the earned income, so I'd like to let Laura Ann Galvin answer that question, sir.
Lorianne?
Any funds that go into a stabilization fund, like the general stabilization fund, the capital improvement stabilization fund, the interest on those stays with those funds, so it could only be appropriated through a motion through town meeting. Like you'll see in the warrant on the debt service, it says transfer from capital improvement stabilization. So that's the only way that interest can be appropriated. On the general operating revenues, we receive interest, and that gets appropriated as an estimated receipt. On one of the first pages of the warrant, you'll see the revenue projection, and the estimated receipts are listed, and we budget $785,000 from our investment income. We only try to budget a portion so that if interest rates drop or anything happens, we're not over-projecting, but there is only a small portion of our interest that goes towards the operating budget, but that's only from our general revenues that's not set aside in stabilization funds.
Are these interest-bearing funds pretty consistent in their percentage across the board, or are some more profitable than others? We do have some funds that we don't need more readily available, like the stabilization fund, so those are in slightly higher earning accounts, but other accounts that we need liquid on a week-to-week basis for payroll and invoices and things like that would be earning a lower interest rate. And that's always documented?
Yes.
I mean, it's an education coming to town meeting, so thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Yule?
Yes, can you hear me? Oh, good. Okay, I want to thank Ed McGrath for that insightful bit of information on the line 83. I appreciate that. Gave us a little bit of insight. It appears that as a result, we are hostage to a given article because it's going to be thrown in to the, we can only vote on the whole, not on the part, correct, Mr. Moderator? Of the motion? Yes.
The vote will be on the motion, yeah.
Yeah, on the whole thing. Okay. So what would happen as a result of this if the town meeting were to vote the motion down?
Mr. Klein?
Darren Klein, Town
Council.
Through the moderator. Just for clarification, unlike every other department in the town, based on ed reform law, the only number that can be voted on by town meeting is the total number of the school budget. You could approve 10 million, you could approve 500,000. Whatever you approve, the school committee has total authority to spend it in whatever way they deem to be in the best interest of the town. Unlike other departments, when you see the lines, you know, those line items that are in the warrant, that's what that appropriation is limited to. The schools has a separate law that the only thing that is voted on is the total amount of the appropriation. And whatever that number is, the school district can spend it however it sees fit, regardless of the lines that appear in the warrant.
Understood, thank you. To you, Mr. Moderator. My question was, what would happen if town meeting voted down the school budget? What would be the consequences of that, and how would we move forward?
That's not a question for me. I didn't build this budget. Did that a long time ago.
Well, I said through you, I would think that the school would be able, somebody would be able to answer that question. What are the legal ramifications?
Go ahead, Mr. Klein.
If that occurred, the school would be forced to do a month-by-month budget, and ultimately, the town and the district could lose funding, and the DOR would have an issue if there wasn't, by the time the tax rate is set, a budget passed. But until then, you'd be on a 1/12 budget by the school committee.
Through you, Mr. Moderator? Would that necessitate a special town meeting? Or could it be, a special town meeting for that to resolve rather than go do the month-to-month?
The month-to-month is not something that DR wants to see. They want to see a budget passed. It may be exactly what the school committee is requesting or the select board is recommending, but DOR would not be happy if there's not a school committee budget passed. And they obviously need to operate the school district as of July 1st. So that would not be an ideal situation from a municipal finance or legal standpoint.
Thank you very much.
Jeff Friedman, School Committee. The other thing that happens when, if we were to go into a situation where we'll be going month to month, the employment contracts, and maybe not everybody knows this, have specific date triggers which allow or don't allow us to make changes to personnel. For example, administration, I believe, is February 1st, I believe it's May 1st for tenured employees. Non-tenured employees, I believe, is June 15th. That means we cannot make changes to existing personnel that fall into those categories after those dates without risk of breaching contract. So the more we delay, the fewer things we can do. Already, if we were to make changes to an existing, to the budget, and we would have to make substantial changes, we'd have to keep in mind that there are limited options of what we could actually change, certainly from a personnel perspective. That was all I was going to add. Thank you.
Any more discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Massey, Article 14.
Mr. Moderator, I believe we might have someone at the mic.
You had a question?
Lisa Mackey, Adam Street. I know we have another 10 articles, and if they take just 5 minutes, it's going to take us well past 9 o'clock. The last 5 articles, I think, are going to take significantly longer. And in the event that we go into a second evening, it would be nice not to inconvenience everyone. And I was just wondering if we could take the articles out of order and just do the last 5 now. Respectfully.
You can do that, but you need to make a motion in writing.
I asked before, and he gave me the thing, so I did put it in writing.
Did you sign it?
I did.
Okay, so when you finish reading it, I'll meet you halfway.
Okay, sorry. I move to consider Articles 23 to 27 out of sequence for the following reasons. I believe most people are present for these articles, and there's a concern of going into a second night, and I'd like not to inconvenience people. And I signed it, Lisa Mackey.
There's a motion on the floor. Any discussion? Crickets.
Do electronically? Electronically.
Yeah.
Tell them it's open.
So, we're going to do this electronically. It's 4/5 vote. So, I'll do it yet. I'm going to open it and then I'll close it. So, give me a second. So when I say open, then you can start to vote. And when I say close, it's too late. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. It's just important for people to recognize that the rest of the articles that we have before Article 23 are not necessarily controversial. We cannot take up any new article after 11 p.m. according to the bylaws. I would anticipate that we're going to have those other ones done. What's that? That's not the one involved? I'm sorry? Oh, I'm sorry, we changed the 11 o'clock, but in other words, we should get through, we need a capital budget, we need the rest, and again, the rest of these articles are very quick, we should get through them, and I would urge people to just stick with the agenda as we have it. And I recognize people want to get home, but we also have to transact the business of the town, and I believe we can do it all in one night. I would recommend not in favor of this article. Let's get to that. Let's get to this.
Look, I want people to be able to hear me, specifically this gentleman up here, okay? Put your device in your hand, open. You're voting to move the art.
Explain the vote. Just explain what they're voting.
You're voting to move the articles and do them now. And I need a 4/5 vote. 23 to 27.
A yes vote will take them out.
A yes vote, we'll do them now. A no vote, we won't. Everybody done vote? Did everybody vote? I'm not convinced of it. Wipe it out. Wipe it out. Close it. Look. I'm going to do it again. I don't think everybody voted. Did you? Was it 80%? The motion carried. If you all say you voted, the motion passed. Motion passed.
If you could just explain the clickers a little bit. I have some people in my area questioning, can I change my vote? We have a certain amount of time, I believe, if you hit yes, that you can change it to no. I think you need to let everybody know so that we all understand how it works. Please.
Can you change it? You can't change it. Can you change it? No. Can you change from yes to no? If I vote yes, can I? No. Can they?
Yeah, it'll accept their last vote, yes. In the process of doing so, whatever the last button they hit.
It will accept your last vote. So if you hit yes and then you hit no and then you hit yes, depending what sequence you did it in. It'll take your last vote when it closes. Okay?
Richard Deming, 270 Main. This information that I'm asking you to provide is a little too late now, but I'd like you to do it anyway. Please explain the difference between reconsideration and, because we're probably going to go into a second day, reintroduction. Thank you.
Darren Klein, KP Law. I have no idea what reintroduction is, unfortunately. But reconsideration is where there would be a vote to reconsider any of the votes taken tonight. But there is no recognized motion of reintroduction.
Jeff Friedman, 51 Lindor. I'd like us to reconsider Article 13, the operating budget. And this isn't on. Yeah, I'll go to the other one. I'm okay.
No. Yeah, so.
I don't know if you heard, the mic wasn't on, so. I'd like to move to reconsider the Article 13 operating budget. I want to vote it again. I know. I want to solidify it.
Why is it? We have a motion for reconsideration. We have a motion for reconsideration. He wants to reconsider it because as we go forward, if a bunch of people leave, it's a different group. I don't get it, but whatever. It's a motion for reconsideration. If you say yes, it's back on the floor. If you say no, it's over. It's a 2/3 vote. We're going to do it with the clickers. It's for the budget. It's for the budget. To reconsider the budget. Yes, the budget passed. No vote means you don't bring it back. So I don't. What you want to do is vote no, because you don't want to talk about the budget again. If you're done with the budget, vote no. I'm done with the budget. Maybe I'll get me one of those clickers. Go. Voting's open. Yeah. And it's 2/3. Okay. That's all right. Close it. Yeah.
Voting is closed.
Good choice. So it looks like we're going to Article 23, Mr. O'Leary?
Correct. By the way, with the time we just spent on all that stuff, we would have been through the other articles, but that's all right. Article 23. Mr. Moderator, I move to approve Article 23 as printed in the warrant.
Recommendation from the Select Board.
The Select Board unanimously recommend.
Finance Committee.
Unanimously recommends.
Do you have a presentation on this?
Lori?
Mr. Moderator?
Up.
Am I first as a proponent? So ladies and gentlemen, what we have here is you're being asked to authorize the Select Board to acquire interest in land on Riverside Drive, as it presented up here. What we have is a small spit of land, which if you look at the GIS mapping on the website, it appears as though it's a public way. It almost looks like a paper street. This particular parcel of land has been utilized by this neighborhood for the better part of a century as basically a neighborhood gathering spot, and the assumption has been all along that it's public land. It is not. We have been unable to determine definitively who owns the land. This parcel of land has not been taxed since 1927. So the assumption was that it's public land. So differences of opinion have occurred over the last handful of years in the neighborhood as to the appropriate use of the property, who owns it, and liability associated with any activity that takes place when it is being utilized. The temperature in the neighborhood has been escalating over the last couple of years, in particular, where this needs to come to some sort of resolution. It has been brought to the attention of the board over the last several months, and we've been looking at it and determined that we believe that it is appropriate to bring to you, the community as a whole, to assist in resolving this issue in this section of the community in this neighborhood. And the quickest and easiest solution is to get authorization from you or the Select Board to acquire this property. We will probably be acquiring it through eminent domain taking based upon the title searches which have been undertaken by town council at this particular point in time. We can find let's put it this way, a resident owner back around 1951. However, that being said, taxes have never been collected on the property. Someone was maintaining it. It appears as though they may have had title to it. The individual whose name is on the title had no heirs, so we have no idea who may have inherited this particular parcel. And as we said earlier, the parcel's never been taxed. So moving forward, we need to make a determination as to what its status is going to be. All parties in the neighborhood want the issue resolved. They would like it resolved. The best resolution would be for the town to make a determination as to what the metes and bounds are and then acquire it. That would clear title, and then everybody in the neighborhood would have a clear understanding as to who the owner would be. And the owner would be the town of North Reading. It would have public access, and this is right on the Ipswich River. So it's been utilized by the neighborhood down there for, as I said, decades, to congregate and put their canoes in, put their kayaks in, teach their children how to put a worm on a hook and do some fishing in the neighborhood. And a place to congregate, particularly in most recent past during COVID. But again, that's changed in recent time, and disputes have arisen, and it's become untenable for everybody, all parties, and everybody's looking for a resolution. So what the board is asking you to do is to authorize us, and again, we're not looking for any money at this particular point in time, because again, since taxes have not been paid, there's no back taxes to be paid. And since we don't know who the heirs are, and again, we'll make an attempt to do so, and we'll try and acquire it through gift if we can, we're asking for authorization to move forward. So with that, we would urge you to support the article before you, and should there be a need at a future date to come back for some additional funds to do something, we would certainly come back and do that, but we don't anticipate that's going to be the case. So we ask you to assist this neighborhood, and we ask you to assist the neighborhood in coming to a conclusion and authorizing the board to take appropriate action. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Laura Tempesta, 31 Riverside Drive, and could I take just a few minutes to explain Article 23? Yeah.
Floor is yours, 5 minutes.
Okay, it will be less than 5 minutes. Could you advance the slide, please? Thanks. My name is Laura Tempesta, like I said, and I have lived at 31 Riverside Drive next to Child's Park for almost 24 years. We bought the house in 2003, and it looked like this. Can you advance the slide again? Thank you. And one more time. Thank you. I was widowed 8 years later. I am a mother with twin daughters who are severely disabled and medically complex, and I have a son. I teach preschool here in town. I just want to take 3 minutes to give you some background on this article. Riverside Drive runs along a pretty stretch of the Ipswich River. The neighborhood was developed in the 1920s as summer cottages or camps used by people from the city. From the beginning, Child's Park was used by everyone as access to the river for swimming, recreation, and as a place to gather. Laura Franson used to go to the Little Beach with her parents and other families in the 1960s, and her husband, Mark Franson, grew up swimming there with his friends. Same with Jerry Martino's husband. Joe Malik has walked down Child's Park a few times a week since 1978. When I moved in, people from the surrounding area left canoes and rowboats stored on the bank for easy access. Adults who used the dock and river as kids came by once in a while after work. Kids came by to fish. During COVID, it became especially precious, and it was used for cookouts, a concert, and just to sit and talk with people. In my 24 years of living on Riverside Drive, it has always been peaceful and pleasant and an asset for everyone until recently. In 2020, the house on the other side of the park was sold to the current residents. Initially, they joined in the community gatherings and never voiced a problem with the use of Child's Park. This changed later in 2024 when the new neighbors began encroaching upon the space, telling people to stay away and declaring no trespassing. To be clear, the residents do not own this property and have not produced any documents showing otherwise. It's not included in either deed, but they have taken full control of the area and blocked public access. These are the deeds for me and for the resident on the other side. They're public record, and they tell you what you purchased, what you own, and where your boundaries are. My lot is 154, and I own 118 feet along Riverside Drive. Southeasterly, my border is Child's Park. The other lot is 155, and you can see that they own 50 feet of land along Riverside Drive and are bordered northwesterly, not by my lot, but rather by land as shown on said plan, air quotes. Early on, when communication failed, the police and town officials were called on to help resolve the escalating problems. Research found that the parcel known as Child's Park, although thought to be owned by the town, was never officially recorded as town property. It does not have a lot number or a parcel number. No one has ever paid taxes on it. It's not owned by me nor by the other neighbor. It was treated as a park and a right-of-way by the town, although I mowed and maintained it for the neighborhood and was glad to do so, just as the other owners of the abutting homes had always done before I moved there. This valuable resource known as Child's Park, used for decades by so many, has now been taken from our community by one resident. I lost the last page. Hold on one second. Because the town never officially recorded the property, neither the police nor the town can intervene effectively. Although everyone agrees you are not allowed to fence in land that you do not own, there is no peaceful way to restore access without authorizing the town to acquire it. The actions of one resident have changed the community for the worse, and the quality of life has diminished. The time and resources of residents, town officials, and the police department are being drained by the ongoing problems. Kids don't have a place to fish, and the many people who use the park regularly as access to the river are blocked out. The select board has recognized that this will only be resolved if North Reading acquires the parcel, and we are looking to get that done now, but we need your support. We are not here to be hostile. We are here because someone has fenced in land they do not own, and it just happens to be a park with river access used in common by many. We are here to restore something that's been a community within a community for almost 100 years. It does not belong to any one person, it belongs to all. Please vote yes so that we can stop this insanity and restore and preserve river access for the greater North Reading community now and always.
Bill Griffin, 2 Cedar Street. I just wanted to say that I also want a resolution to this. I've gotten to know Brant and Jill Nash, and I just want to say that this is going to be a little more complicated than the town realizes. I do want a resolution, though, and I just want to say that the vitriol has gotten to a point where I urge outside voices to be very careful. There has been some hate speech and some vitriol that should not have happened, so I just urge everybody from the outside to take the temperature down and not do that. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me okay? All right, my name is Jill Nash. I'm 33 Riverside Drive. Yep, that's me. So one of the issues I just want to bring up is that the depiction of this issue and the background of the Article 23 is missing some of the factual evidence that we've found over the last few years in researching this. It's unfortunate that we've had to do this. I don't feel that any one resident should have this on them to resolve, so I am also for a resolution. The summary of our evidence is that, one, there's a fair bit of misinformation out there that's going on online, elsewhere, within the community, but we have worked with a land surveyor as well as a land attorney, and we found that the undeeded area in question has no legal standing, as you mentioned, as a public right-of-way, as a park, anything else like that. It actually is private property, per legal opinion. It's being inaccurately represented in terms of its size and boundary, and we did have a surveyor look into this. What's going to be challenging here that people don't realize is that this parcel may not actually be depicted as shown there. It may even be further up, which kind of goes into what is 31 Riverside, or thought to be 31 Riverside. That's going to be a challenge, and that's going to have to be resolved, and I'm concerned that that's not going to be resolved appropriately. As it stands right now, everyone is looking at the land between 31 and 33 as the area between two fences, but I don't believe that is what that parcel actually is. My concern also is that voting yes on this doesn't automatically make this public tomorrow. There's actually a process involved with this. I am concerned that that process is not going to be done properly. I also feel that this has been largely an abutters issue that could have been resolved through proper legal channels, but unfortunately, as everyone's mentioned, some of the hostility over the years has not allowed that to happen, which is very unfortunate. There are a number of other factual inaccuracies I just want to point out. One is that my husband and I brought this to a select board member late last year. So our side actually brought it because we were experiencing rising tensions. We wanted to figure things out, and we wanted to see what the general opinion would be on this. We have felt our voice has been repressed going on 3 years. It's been really tough to live here. I've met a lot of wonderful people in town, but it's been hard to be here. We've also had our views and beliefs told to us instead of having people ask us, which is unfortunate. The issue's not going to be cut and dry. And per our land attorney, the area is not subject to derelict fee statute. It's never been a public access, a right-of-way easement. And I'm concerned about The fact that our street really can't support a full public access, it's a residential street, it doesn't have any parking. Another aspect here has been that not having any rules or understanding of what the parcel is has caused safety issues, it's caused negligence issues. Our experience with it has not been quite as positive living right next to it. And as an abutter, I feel I have a primary interest in a piece of property that's right next to my house. Also, there's about 15 other areas on Riverside Drive that are somewhat similar, and they've all been treated in different ways. So that's a bit of a challenge too that I think has to be looked into. One of the other things too is that any change in the legal status of the land would probably involve land court per our attorney, and I feel that that may not be taken into consideration here when it is actually an important thing that might come up here, and in fact is thought to be likely to come up, and I don't think the town understands the costs behind that and what this would actually entail. Yeah, so that's really all I have to say about it, but it's unfortunate that it's kind of come to this, but I do look to the town to help us to resolve this issue as well.
Sir.
Hi, my name is Matt Poskus, 96 Park Street. To the opening, I have a question. You found title, potentially, or ownership back 1951, no heirs, correct? And there was no taxes collected since 1920?
27.
27? Why haven't we foreclosed on the property?
Because there hasn't been any tax bills sent out to anybody to foreclose on. In other words, when the plan was originally developed by the previous owner, it was a campground before, and they subdivided it. They left certain segments of the subdivision open for access to the river. Some of them were deeded between lots, some were deeded to other people purchased it. This particular one was either as a deliberate by the developer or...
So that leads me to the next question of, if you had found ownership, would you collect back taxes?
No, we could not collect back taxes because it was never assessed.
Okay, all right, thank you.
But going forward,
Yeah.
if this fails this evening, we will again attempt to find somebody to send a tax bill to. It'll end up back on the tax rolls.
All right.
But again, it's very small, it's not buildable, it's just a...
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Laura Tempesta, 31 Riverside. I'm not going to get into a big, long thing, but I just would like to say that some of these things that have been mentioned, these words could have been spoken 2 years ago when the difficulties first started, and I asked to talk about this issue and was told to leave our family alone, and that ended all discussion, and all kinds of things have happened since then, but it's not so simple and pleasant as it sounds. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, if I might address some of the comments that were made by one of the previous speakers. The select board and community, the administration here is well aware as to what the requirements are going to be in order to take title, clear title, and claim it as public property. With guidance from KP Law, again, who represents 120 other communities and vast experience in these type of issues. So we're well aware as to what's going to have to take place. And again, if the lines, and again, we will not be doing a survey unless and until you give us the authorization to do so. We will then take it and then survey the property. Wherever the lines end up. And if we have to end up, working a deal with these abutters to make sure that their lots are then conforming, that'll be worked out too. That will be worked out.
So I'm just going to stick to the facts. You signed a deed that said 50 feet, correct? You fenced in 100 feet. You don't own the land. Take the fence down.
Sir, can I get your name and address for the record?
Don Putney, 20 Riverside Drive. I move the question.
Good evening.
Sir, you need to be recognized to speak. You're also not wearing an aqua.
No,
Yeah, so I can't have you speak.
I can't speak? Okay.
Grant Nash, 33 Riverside Drive. We checked in Mr. Small. He
Yeah. I thought he was going to sit down. I didn't know you were coming up to talk, but I didn't authorize you to talk either. So I have a motion on the floor, so I would ask that you both take your seats. We have a motion on the floor to move to the question, which stops debate. So all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, so now we need to vote on the original motion that was on the floor, which is to authorize the select board to acquire the interest in the land on Riverside Drive. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Oh, you know what? We will. We'll do it with the clicker. No, 2/3, right? No. We don't need the clickers. There's no money. There's no money. Show me the money. Anyway, so all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous.
Point of order. I didn't hear you ask for names.
What was that? Any nays? What a motion carries. Huh? I didn't do it? What? I heard. When I asked for anybody who was a nay, I didn't hear anything, so it's still unanimous. Mr. Wallner.
Article 24, acquisition and appropriation, 97 Main Street, entire parcel. I move to approve Article 24 as printed in the warrant and to appropriate $8,800,000 as funding for said acquisition and all costs incidental and related thereto, and furthermore to authorize borrowing pursuant to MGL Chapter 44, Sections 7 and 8, or any other enabling authority, and to authorize the treasurer, with the approval of the select board, to borrow said specified sums and issue bonds and notes therefore.
Recommendation from the select board?
Select Board recommends.
Finance Committee?
3-2. It's on there anyways, but 3-2.
The Finance Committee voted unanimously to not recommend Article 24 because and just to jump the gun a little bit, because we felt it didn't make financial sense to take such a large and valuable commercial property off the tax rolls.
Mr. Gilberto.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. In lieu of asking for leave of the meeting, I'm going to try to move quickly through a handful of slides with some background information regarding the property. It's the current Ocean State former Stop and Shop property located at 97 Main Street. Select Board seeking approval from town meeting to acquire the property from the current or future owner by gift purchase or eminent domain. The description of the purpose of the acquisition is up on the screen and was in your warrant. The property is about 15 acres with a 70,000 square foot supermarket building assessed at just over $8 million, located in the Highway Business Zoning District. It was previously a drive-in up until 1988. Stop and Shop acquired the property and operated a supermarket there until 2011, and it's leased a portion of the supermarket to Ocean State Job Lot since 2016. The Select Board went through a process last year where they were submitting an offer to purchase the property, which was not accepted by Stop and Shop. There have been informal discussions with the buyer of the property between November and April regarding a partnership centered around the potential location of a fire station on the North or Winter Street side of the property, and then later a senior center and a vacant portion of the supermarket building. Some information with regard to some of the town's major municipal facility needs is up on the screen here, including renovations to the current fire station, the third meeting house, and the town hall, each in excess of $10 million. Also, additional building projects that have been contemplated, including a West Side fire station, fire headquarters, a new senior center, an intergenerational center, which would include a senior center, those are ranging costs between $16 and $35 million. There is potential for use of the existing building to be renovated and used as a senior or intergenerational center. There's also for a portion of the existing building to be renovated and used as municipal office building. This is an excerpt from a site plan review application that was filed with the Community Planning Commission in here, where a local business, All Sports Center, currently proposes to occupy roughly 31,000 square feet of the vacant space in the supermarket building. We also understand from discussions, social media postings, and social media comments, as well as informal discussions, that a second building housing an ice rink, turf fields, basketball courts, and/or other athletic amenities may be constructed in the future. Here's some information regarding athletic facilities in nearby communities, including their location, their name, their building assessment, and what that would mean in tax revenue using North Reading's property tax rate. Two more facilities, one in Tewksbury, and a more recently constructed ice arena in the town of Rockland with multiple ice rinks and other restaurant and entertainment amenities. Proposals to seek a bond authorization for $8.8 million for acquisition and pre-purchase analysis. It would be paid for using a portion of interest income from the Pulte funds to pay debt service in the initial bonding term. Future municipal construction projects on the property would be subject to a town meeting vote and potentially ballot approval. Town meeting can also authorize the sale of the property if after a period of time it decides not to utilize it. And finally, this is a list of some considerations for all of us to look at with regard to what's pending before the town, both in favor or against a decision with regard to an acquisition. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'll be presenting what the Select Board has put together for you, and I'm asking respectfully to have 15 minutes to be able to do that, to take leave of the meeting. I promise you'll learn something along the way.
Mr. Wallner has asked for a 15-minute leave of the meeting for the purposes of a presentation.
I don't want to hear this discussion, so I'm going to... Nope, no. Oh, of course you do. Oh, of course.
10.
100%, Rita.
All right, we'll take a vote. All those in favor, we'll use the clickers. We're using the clickers to give 15 minutes to the select board to present their case. So we're using the clickers, so open.
All right, I'm gonna go grab my clicker.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Go ahead, tell him.
Close it.
Okay, I now respectfully ask for 10 minutes, and I would really appreciate it if we had a chance to go through it. Let me just say, you know, what you've read online is not the story. The story is actually different than that, and if you relate it all to what Ms. Hurlbrook talked about, our budget being in serious issues, then you'd want to hear this, because it does affect how we're going to handle ourselves in the future. I'm asking for 10 minutes, is all I'm asking, and I would really appreciate you giving me that 10 minutes.
Well, we'll take another vote on the 10 minutes. They should be allowed to. All right, we're going to use the clickers again. Yep. Voting's open.
Should make sure people know okay means it, all right? Excuse me. Real quick, just want to make sure there may be new people here. There may be people that don't understand how these clickers work. When you see the OK on your screen, that is when it registers. So sometimes it might not work at first. Just want to make sure you see that OK.
Close it.
There we go.
That's too bad.
All right, I'll take my 5 minutes. Yeah. Short wish? Yeah. Let's start here, all right?
Mr. Waldo.
Yes. So we have needs and we have wants, right? What do we need? We need a West Side Fire Station. We need a senior center. We need a town hall. We need an intergenerational community center. And also, we want to have a hockey rink and turf. The fire station is essential to our senior demographic and to ensure safety based on geographical challenges. So we need to have that done. The senior center is to finally reach out to the seniors who have been patient, waiting, working with facilities that are deficient. And we need to provide for the seniors that we're not providing now. Town Hall has been falling apart. We've had 3 major incidences that have gone on, and the Intergenerational Community Center would be an add-on to Town Hall. And of course, we're looking for, you know, if you have kids, you want to have a hockey rink and turf field, I get it. Makes sense. So let's just take the fire station real quick. A West Side Fire Station headquarters will be $36 million. A West Side substation is $19 million. By the way, the substation can fit on 97 Main. So if we were to go down below there and look at that quick, 97 Main is a $2 million cost, and it would be eminent domain. So if you're hard to set against eminent domain, you wouldn't be picking that. But then neither would you pick 8486, because that's also an eminent domain, and that's the primary place they'd like to be. Again, I'm kind of zipping through this real fast. On the senior center, if we build it anywhere else except Main Street, town land, people say, build on town land, do whatever, a new building is going to cost us $1,200 per square foot, which would be $16 million. If we do it in a renovated, if we use an existing facility and renovate it, it gets cut in half by $8 million. That's one of the main reasons why we're interested in 97 Main Street. Town Hall, very similar. If you build out a new one, it's going to be $23 million, but if you put it in 97 Main Street, it's going to be $12 million. This is big money, right? This is big money that's adding up here. So then if we think about, I'm going through this really quick. Abacus did a survey of 97 Main Street back in 2020, and they came back with what could be a packaged treatment plant that could exist there that is ready to go. And they came back by like 1 bedroom, 2 bedrooms, like how much revenue will you actually produce? You guys have all been hearing $250 million. Well, I just did the bedrooms and it was $2 million a year. And I didn't even get to like restaurants or the commercial development. So this $250,000 is nothing, it's 1/10 of the $2 million that we can get by building a packaged treatment plant at that site. So if you kind of add this together, if the 97 Main passes, you have 19 million for the West Side, Senior Center is 8, Intergenerational Center is 8, Town Hall is 12, acquisition costs using Pulte is 9 million, minus selling off the town land, which we could do, because we could sell that off, repurpose it, plus a $4 million treatment, the total comes to $55 million. If we go the other way, the way probably that you want to go, it's going to be $76 to $78 million, which basically means we're not going to be building anything. You have to really look back. What's happened over the last 10 years? Nothing. Guess what's going to happen over the next 10 years? Nothing. Sorry. And then if you look at, so tax revenue, right? What's going to happen? If 97 Main Street goes in the way it is, by the time we're done, it'll be at a $96,000 loss. But if you go for 97 Main fire only, it's a $101,000 loss per year. 73, 75 Main, $182 loss per year, and 84, 86, $193,000 per year. So the biggest loss is actually on the ones you're seeing. So if we kind of look at this together, if Article 24 fails, you're going to have a hockey rink. Its value is going to be about $15 million. That's $195,000. But we have losses. So you can see the losses, so you're going to end up with a net of 94, a net of 13, a net of 2K, right? But if you go for the fire station, if you go for Article 24 passes, yes, you'll have a negative 96, but you're going to end up with a $2 million upside of commercial development, which is exactly what we need to close our gap. How am I doing on time?
Are you done?
You're
done.
What? 30 seconds. All right, and then if you look at your home taxes, right? In the yellow, you're going to see if you add that all up, what it's going to cost you in taxes. Altogether, it's $47 million, $785 per year for the 20 years. If you go with article doesn't pass, we're looking at $1,237 for the next 20 years. So again, what are the chances we're going to have a new senior center? Not so likely. What are the chances we're going to have an affordable West Side fire station? Not so likely. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Pat Fillmore, 24 Fieldcrest Terrace. First of all, stop threatening the seniors. Okay? You keep telling us we're not going to have a senior center. That's not true. Mr. Lynch has said that he would work with the town in regards to using the job lots building to put a senior center in. So don't threaten the seniors.
That's
and in
not
regard,
true.
well, we can ask Mr. Lynch, who's in the audience. Okay? So you're giving a line of bull saying you seniors are going to lose out because you're not getting anything. We have property over on Central Street that we can use for a senior center. So don't go saying that the seniors are going to lose.
At twice the cost.
Well, so you say. So you say. But Mr. Lynch is going.
So my research
Excuse
says.
me. Excuse me. Mr. Lynch has said, yes, he's going to do the sports arena, but he's also going to bring in restaurants and stores to take and work. So don't go, unless we hear from Mr. Lynch, because you folks have been giving us a line of baloney for weeks, for months now.
Hi, Priscilla Fitzgerald, 5 Bogue Street, North Reading. So here's my issue. One, I don't believe a word that this town says because our high school has cost a hell of a lot more to begin with. But let's just look at it this way. I was asked how much land does North Reading own. Someone that very respectable told me that they had to request that list. As a realtor, I have access to that list. When I pulled up the town of North Reading, there were 499 parcels that the town owns. Now that does include town hall, elderly housing, it includes all those parcels. But there were acres and acres and acres of land that we had. I do not believe for one thin minute that we're going to take that property by eminent domain and the good fairy is going to come down and give us the money to build everything that Mr. Wallner wants. So I beg you, do not buy anything else until we sell what we don't need. It's home economics. Thank you.
Let's go, Miss Lena Simone, 7 Deerfield Place. I'm going to be very brief. We hear about the senior center and how the senior center is all of a sudden included, but I'm pretty sure 7 months ago we voted to form a committee to have an intergenerational or a senior center, and the select board has yet to do that.
Andy Schultz, I served on the select board, and we always had a history when I was on the board of promoting business. And we always talked about increasing the commercial tax base, just so the voters know. But Prop 2.5, the town can only raise their tax levy by 2.5% per year, and that's the whole tax levy for the whole town. One exception to that is new growth. So if you encourage commercial growth, you're going to increase the tax levy, the amount the town tax in, without making the residents' taxes higher. So you, as a town, you want to encourage new growth. You want to encourage commercial property. These numbers I'm looking at right there, Mr. Wallner, could you go back to your first slide that had the wish list on it? And this I found to be a little bit disconcerting to me.
Right here?
The wants and the needs, that slide. Right there. So what a want, hockey rink, turf field, and the needs. Now I think the first thing we need is a senior center, fire station, town hall, sure. But you have to increase the commercial tax base so you can afford these projects. What this graph is phony. I mean, hockey rink turf is a want. Yeah, it's a want. But it's somebody willing to pay for it with their own money. The town's not coming up with a dime. So I don't understand the logic of taking the largest commercial tax parcel that we have that's really a clean slate that somebody can do whatever they want with it and taking it off the tax rolls and making it a senior center or a town hall. You can put that anywhere. We need those items, but you can put them in other places. The taxes you're going to get from this revenue, from this whatever goes on there, might be 2 teachers, might be funding for something else, might be funding for whatever, for fire department, for anything. But we have to encourage business. What kind of effect is this going to have on new business coming into town if somebody comes in and wants to spend a large sum of money and we want to sue them? And let's look at eminent domain in the town in the past. How did it work out at up at Swan Pond? How did it work out? I'm sorry, Eisenhower. How did it work out at the Smith property? It was a nightmare. We ended up in court for years. We lost money. Nothing ever came out of those properties. This is another example of it. There's properties over on, I remember when I was on the board, there was a property over by the Pulte, Martin's Landing project. We had an RFP out trying to get a restaurant or something there. Why not put a fire station there? I know maybe it's not the ideal station, location for a station, but we have to put something where we have the land. Why would we spend money on, this just seems so wrong on like 19 different levels. I don't understand the logic.
Lisa Mackey, 18 Adams Street. Respectfully, I know you've put a lot of thought into this, and there's a lot of things that we absolutely do need, as you've said, but I think it needs to be rethought. First, eminent domain should be considered as a very, very last resort. It's legal, but it's kind of shady. To the previous woman's point, in the annual report, there were 10 pages of town-owned land, and they include significant parcels where we could build different buildings. For example, just on the town, where the town hall is, I believe there's about 10 acres. We could perhaps build a new town hall and renovate, to your point, Mr. Wallner, about the less expensive cost, the town hall building for either a senior or a generational center. And it might be a better use, as you said, of the taxpayer dollars.
Just to be aware,
Sure.
new means double the cost.
But you could build a new town hall and then renovate for whether it's a senior center or something else, the existing building. So it's kind of a compromise, plus we're not paying $8 million for a piece of land. I believe that before we put out any money and you're asking the residents for their tax dollars, that you should utilize the existing property that we have to the fullest capacity. It might not be ideal, but it probably is better than spending the money, and we have the property. And finally, I really think that you should leave Main Street for businesses. We will get tax dollars from them, and I think that it's probably a better use than putting town buildings. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name's Kathy Stewart. I live at 13 Riverside Drive. I have a couple of comments to make. I heard all the cheers about, let's get the commercial tax rate up. I've been here 34 years, 35 years. It's been brought up 35 years. Have we ever done it? No, we've never done it. Why? Because we can't get people to come in. Why? We don't have sewers. Why? We don't have that.
I hear you.
Okay, why don't you just do this? Okay, why can't we get people to do it? The tax rate has been brought up for 35 years. It's never been done. There's adequate reasons for doing that I'm not even going to go into. So why are we cheering for it now? It's never been done. It's a major problem. There's a couple of other things that people need to understand. And that's, one of the things is, the select board has repeatedly proposed and spoken about the need for a senior center. I clapped when they put it second, that we needed that second to the fire station. Apparently, and I'm just going to say this, people are here, they're not listening. I'm going to say, and I don't even want to hear any crap about, I'm glad you go to the select board meetings. I go to the select board meetings, I listen to the select board people. Other people need to do that. You just can't go and take something as complicated as this and say, oh, we don't want to do it. You need to hear the rationale behind it. These people are volunteers. They spend a lot of time putting this together. And I think it's only fair that people listen to them and what they have to say. They've worked their heart out. They've had fights about this. The meetings have gone on till 1 in the morning. We owe them that. There's a lot of consideration here. They met with the fire building committee people to talk about the options and where it should go and why it shouldn't go at some of the other DE&E things. The woman stood up and talked about it. Did anybody listen to her? Was anybody there besides the other 10 people at the meeting and on the Zoom meeting? No. So before people get up, start clapping and be inconsiderate. Please let them go through it and talk, and please try to understand. I know not everybody can come to the meetings. Not everybody can be on Zooms. We're all busy, but at least give them the common courtesy to go through and try to explain before you start hollering and booing and saying no. That's just not fair. That's not representative. That's not what we do in North Reading. We give everybody a fair chance and fair representation. That's it. Thanks.
Janine Largent, 11 Hillside Road. First of all, I want to agree with the woman who just spoke. I apologize to you, Mr. Wallner, for the way that you were treated tonight. I think it's really horrible to look at our volunteers who come here and work so hard to help to move our town into the 21st century. I know that Main Street, not Route 28, but Main Street and the development of Main Street is pivotal to that. As a person who's been living on the west side of town for 25 years, I know that a lot of times people forget that we're over there. We don't have much representation besides Murphy School to indicate that we're even a part of the town. I know that we are going to have to build a fire station on the west side. Most of the large developments are occurring on Main Street, on North Street, on Lowell Street, and in that area. The east side of town is a bedroom community. They don't have the high rises. They don't have the density that we have. We don't just need business on Main Street. It's going to be a mixed-use Main Street. Ultimately, we are going to see the mass transit come up Main Street. And when these pieces come together, because they will, the state has absolutely committed to making that happen. We don't have any say in keeping this a small rural town anymore. And while we do have small pockets of property here and there, we do not have a town representation, a civic representation on Main Street. The idea that we could just take 84 Main Street, well, ask Lou's Custom Exhaust. He's been there, I don't know, 40 years. That's eminent domain. That's kicking a business out. There is no business currently residing at 97 Main. A developer bought it, and there is a large percentage of this town who would like to see indoor turfs there. I have a child who's been an athlete, and I took her to indoor turfs myself many, many times in other towns, and they were in the warehouse district, not on our main street. So I would ask people to be respectful to the work that our members are doing. This is not going to come out of your pocket right now. It just gives us a chance to look at the potential of that site with the wastewater ability and other options. I believe this is the best site to put the town complex. We will have access on the two major routes, which is 62 and 28, and I think it's a better utilization of this. We will never find another property like this. Eminent domain exists for a reason, and this is the reason for it. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Mr. Moderator, Mr. John, Mr. Moderator, can I squeeze in? Thank you.
Yeah.
First off, Janine, great point. I do agree. I think Mr. Wallner worked very hard on these slides, regardless of your opinion, and I am of the opinion to vote no on this. But I still think he, works very hard, and he should have had the opportunity to have some time. Want to make a quick few comments here. First, I want to thank and recognize my colleagues on the Fire Station Building Committee. I am and have been the liaison between the Select Board and the Fire Station Building Committee since the day I joined the Select Board. Truly, this has been the team of volunteers who have put the boots on the ground and who have dived into and discussed the details at length on a bi-weekly basis. Myself and the Fire Station Building Committee wanted to bring multiple options to you tonight instead of just 97 Main Street, while some that sit next to me on my board did not want to provide options and just strictly put 97 Main Street. The committee emphasized that the board needs to consider their appointed official's recommendation. Here's another vote where I'm voting against the majority of my colleagues. This is a 3-2 vote, but I am the lone active member on the board that is against this article. And you may wonder why. People might say, is Nick really just a Mr. No Man to everything? And funny enough, the answer to that is no. I would actually consider myself the gatekeeper to your tax dollars. About a year and a half ago on 97 Main Street, We put our bid in as a town, and I was part of that vote. We lost. If we lost to the prospect of a 24-hour trucking company or a large data center, maybe I'd be voting alongside my board members, but that's not what's proposed here. As one of 16,000 here, when I understood the intent of the development of the property, I was like, wow, North Reading could really use this. It'd be really cool, something great for the community and something great for our kids. Though, as one of 5 on the select board, I was super focused on the ripple effects which would bring such a positive impact to our town's finances and budgeting, both long-term and short-term. It would bring increased activity at our adjacent businesses, better the future of Main Street's attractiveness for business development. If there's any town I know that is in need of commercial tax revenue, it is North Reading. I've said it before and I'll say it again, commercial tax revenue should be the backbone of every decision that this select board makes. Yeah. A great quote once said, if you take care of the pennies, the dollars will take care of themselves. Here we have Mr. Lynch. You know, I want this community to understand something. This isn't a profit-greedy conglomerate out of California or a corporation buying this property. This is a gentleman who is a long-time North Reading resident, and he fairly outbid the town's proposal, and we should be supporting him. I will be advocating later on tonight to vote yes on 8486 Main Street, which is Article 26, and these are all included, so they are pertinent to the article. The Fire Station Building Committee is also advocating for the same, as we voted on prioritization of the options and voted 8486 as the #1 option. We did not study the entire parcel of 97 Main because it doesn't make economic sense to buy that big of a lot for a fire station. But our Finance Committee as well unanimously voted against this article. They have, I mean, this group works very hard, the Finance Committee. They are very smart, and they have the pulse of the tax dollars. These buildings on these sites at 8486 Main Street have been the biggest eyesores in the town since probably most of us has moved.
Nick, I'd ask you to not talk about the next articles coming, please.
Okay, I can respect that. Community camaraderie. These future facilities that Mr. Lynch is proposing would be incredible for the community, especially for the kids in our town, which I mentioned earlier. Parents here are also able to go to any restaurant, grab a bite to eat, grab a beverage, watch your kids while they play sports. It will provide a facility in our town for our youth sports teams, high school teams, etc. It would bring hockey rinks, basketball courts, turf fields, volleyball, batting cages, pickleball, fitness centers, and even space for senior citizen activities. Revenue, revenue, revenue. We currently have income of $106,000 per year off this property, the number 14 highest paying tax property this town has. Once Mr. Lynch is complete with his investment, it will jump up to the top 5 tax paying properties in the town, increasing the taxes collected up to approximately $265,000, which was stated here before, which is another $160,000 in our pocket every year. The future development would increase the property values of properties that surround it, which again would be unexpected increased revenue that comes with commercial developments like these.
Nick, I need you to wrap it up, please.
Mr. Moderator, I'd like to make a motion for 5 more minutes. Okay, all right. I get it. We're all...
Seriously?
I gave it a shot.
Are you kidding? Why don't you come back in half an hour and they ask for half an hour?
Okay. Well,
you would have good stop it?
I did have more pages. I think I read the room here, but for these reasons, I strongly encourage you to vote no.
Mr. Lynch.
There's a lot of people here. I said there's a lot of people here, and I'm glad that everybody's here because this is an important thing. I believe that I can help this town, and I can do a lot. And listening here tonight, I hear this town needs money, and it needs a lot of money. And what we can do to this property is bring money. So I think with the help of you people believing in me and seeing my vision, what I can do here, I ask that you vote no on eminent domain. And let me show you what we can do there. All right?
Cassandra Fitz, 8 Aspen Road. I just want to bring up, like, I guess everybody's heard these talking points. We've all seen the same arguments over Facebook. But I think that the select board plan has been very unclear overall. My question is, why do we want to take the property that someone has an actual plan for, rather than the property that is largely out of use and has been for a long time? There were many other chances for us to take 97 Main as well. Not to make you all feel old, but the last time Stop and Shop was in that building, I think I was 4 years old. And there was any point in the last 15 years this building could have been used for something, and it just wasn't. I think also a lot of the explanations coming from the select board about why we need to take this whole property are unclear. The numbers keep seeming to change, and we know the numbers will change again. Someone brought up earlier that the numbers we originally got when the high school was being built are very different from what the ultimate plan was, so I'm not clear why we're so obsessed with, like, we can save this amount of money if we take this property because it already has a building there, when we also know we are pretty much guaranteed to get money if an actual business comes in and takes it over, which we have good reason to believe that they do. The plan also just keeps changing. Originally, this was just a fire station and then a senior center, and then people started throwing out the intergenerational center and the town hall and the sewage plant, and it feels like all of these things came up either very last second by accident or they just weren't planned out well. Both of these indicate reasons that I don't think we should be taking all of 97 Main when we don't even know what we're going to be doing with it. And I'm unclear on why we need an intergenerational center or what that's even for. Like, we have programming for kids, or at least when I was a kid, through Ipswich River Park in the library, and the senior center would handle programming for the seniors. So I don't know why we're throwing out all of these words at once, and it just seems very confusing in trying to force people to take up this parcel of land right now. And the presentation of these two other things at the 11th hour just kind of indicates that this is specifically meant to either confuse people, or I would like to think that the most likely scenario is just it's been underplanned, which is still concerning and a reason to vote against this. I think the likely response to this is just going to be like, this plan has existed, but to my knowledge, it's existed in the sense that concepts of a plan have been buried in a town website that barely works and hasn't been brought up to the public until the last few weeks. Anyone who's had even one conversation with me knows that I'm not like some stringent laissez-faire capitalist that's terrified of government overreach. I think we should consider the other articles on the floor, and I fully support the town using eminent domain to develop these infrastructure and any of the many unused buildings and land in town. But someone finally has a plan and is ready to actually build now. The town's going to take much longer. There's more bureaucratic barriers and no profit incentive to get it done. Basically, I see it as the town's going to be sitting on a piece of property in the planning stage indefinitely. So why not sit on one like 84 to 86 Main, which has no other development plans? When you're threatening something as major as eminent domain of a huge property, I think you need a rock solid plan and transparency. You owe that to your constituents and to the first person who's actually wanted to do anything with it when the town had 15 years of vacancy to take it by eminent domain, or at least make a plan when nothing else was being done. In this case, I think the government ought to be held to a higher standard than the private business that already owns the property, and I don't feel it's met that standard. I also think there's a downstream effect that we've all considered, that when you have this sports complex in place, we have people coming from outside of town to invest in the area, to go to local businesses, and that doesn't happen as much when it's used for town infrastructure, and there's plenty of other places that we could be putting these things that we do need. If you care about seniors or the fire station or the town hall, then you should care that the select board presents a real plan and doesn't just request that you write them a blank check in the name of those things. I think they owe us that much, and the financial committee is disagreeing with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Jeff Griffin, 31 Abbott Road. I really like that kid. You want a job? That kid's a firecracker. Yeah, I know it, right? You're not kidding. I actually would love to move the question. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
I would like to answer some of the questions.
I have a move to the question. We'll take a vote on that. We'll use the clickers.
Moderator, I think it would only be fair to allow for some answers to the questions that have been asked.
That's not for this. I think it might be. All right, we're going to use the clickers on the move to the question. We're moving to the question. So now, I have the motion. After this vote, we'll vote on the motion. If you want to vote on the motion now, you'd vote yes. What's that?
Yeah.
Open up voting now.
The question was moved and should be voted on.
Mr. Moderator, point of order. Point of order.
You say yes, debate is over.
Point of order.
No.
The bylaws, proponents get 2 minutes.
Yep. You'll get right after this vote.
Mr. Moderator, could you clarify what we're voting for right now?
To move to the question.
Thank you.
You can't say it, and I can't.
Thank you.
That I need you all to vote. Close it.
Yay! Let's do it.
Steve or Rich?
Thank you, Mr. No, Mike?
Oh, it's on.
It's on. All right. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Just for clarification, the proponents of articles have 2 minutes to wrap up under the bylaws. So I would just like to clarify for people some of the statements that were made. First of all, this is a follow-up to Mr. Moderator.
Hey, whoa. Can everybody be quiet in the room, please?
We only have 2 minutes.
I don't want this to break out into a, look, they have the right for 2 minutes. Okay? Because the debate was cut. They're using that 2 minutes. Right here. Mr. O'Leary.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Just for clarification, we're back here tonight because of what happened to us last year. If you recall last year, we were before you with a special town meeting within the regular to purchase this property from Stop and Shop. Stop and Shop denied you and I the opportunity to purchase this property and signed an agreement. 7 days before town meeting, they notified us that they weren't going to sell it to us. Up to that point, we were led to believe that we were going to be able to purchase this property, not by eminent domain, but by a friendly deal. And 7 days before town meeting, pull the rug out from underneath you and I to have that opportunity. Before some of us were opposed to this, we were in favor of it. We were unanimous on the select board to offer money to Stop and Shop because of what was presented to you this evening. These are not new ideas. All these projects that you're facing, you are facing, we are facing as a community, are still here. And our opportunity to take advantage of this situation and save money by investing in wastewater treatment, by investing in this structure that's already there, where you can, 60 cents on a dollar, outfit the building and get the structures that we need. For every $250,000 that we're going to collect 1 year in revenue here from the taxpayer, from the new development, if it gets to that point, it takes 40 years to get it back if we save $10 million on a project. This project and this proposal saves you and I and the taxpayers money, allows us to affordably get our senior center intergenerational center there, get our town hall relocated. I'm not talking tomorrow. Get our wastewater treatment, which is going to get you economic development far more than on this one parcel, as Mr. Wallner pointed out. And the opportunity is tonight. There's no opportunity tomorrow. It's gone. So if you're okay with moving forward, addressing the concerns that we have, and are willing to spend the money on an override
That's
for all of
Thank
these
you.
service things,
Thank you.
then you're going to have, and you vote not to take it.
Thank you.
Mine went off.
So
Thank
again,
you.
We would urge you
Thanks, Steve.
Thank you.
to support it.
All right, now to the, Mr. Griffin.
Yes, all set. Thank you. Appreciate it.
So the main motion, we'll do it with the clickers. This requires a 2/3 majority to pass. So all those in favor of the acquisition and appropriation? Open it now. Close it.
Mr. Moderator?
Mr. Moderator?
Yep.
Chuck Merrill, 14 Ridgeway Road. I make a motion to reconsider Article 24.
Okay. A motion to reconsider. I knew tonight would be fun, but I just didn't know how much. So we have a motion to reconsider. So if you so that would put it back on the floor. I don't think you want it back on the floor. So you would say no, yes. No, I'm sorry. Been up here too long. I've been standing here since 7 o'clock. You'd want to say no. No to reconsideration. And that kills it off. It can't come up later tonight, and it can't come up if we go to a second session. So, open it.
Writing and sign.
2/3. Yes.
Point of order. Mr. Moderator, could you please speak clearly and tell everyone if they vote yes to reconsider it, then no one can come back when they all leave.
No. Yes, we'll put it on the floor again for more discussion and debate today.
Yes, but no one, if we say no, then someone can bring it back.
No. If it can't be reconsidered, it's not getting discussed again at this town meeting.
In order to do that, we vote no. Do not reconsider it.
You want to say no to reconsideration.
No to reconsider. Okay.
Everybody saying no? Close it. Close it. Mr. Wallner, Article 25.
Article 25, acquisition and appropriation, 97 Main Street, portion of parcel. I move to approve Article 25 as printed in the warrant and to appropriate by transfer from the Capital Improvement Stabilization Fund $50,000 as funding for said acquisition and all costs incidental and related thereto, including the cost of obtaining site access and testing analysis.
Recommendation for the Select Board?
Recommendation was 3-2.
Finance Committee?
In favor. The Finance Committee was in favor, 5-3. In favor, right?
What?
We were asking clarification.
Finance Committee voted 5 in favor, 3 opposed.
Mr. Moderator, I make a motion to amend Article 25 to remove the words eminent domain from the main motion.
Mr. Massey?
Mr. Moderator, I made a mistake here. What's printed in the warrant notes eminent domain, but the motion does not include eminent domain in it, so therefore I redact my motion.
So you withdrawing the?
That's the way the motion read. You would include eminent domain. Your motion would be to add the words excluding eminent domain after the word warrant.
Okay.
Motion to amend to add the wording excluding eminent domain after the word is printed in the warrant. Clarify yours. No, he
No, well, if so, yeah. Yep. Okay. Mr. Moderator, it appears the language was broad enough to include eminent domain, so therefore, after the, Mr. Moderator, I'd like to make a motion after the word warrant to note excluding eminent domain.
Okay, I need that in writing.
Gotcha.
I'm not voting. No, not anywhere near voting. So I'll read Mr. Massey's motion. Mr. Massey's motion is to, the one he read, he was worded incorrectly. Motion to eliminate, to exclude the words eminent domain after warrant, which is in the warrant. So he's asking that, wait a minute. Get over here. What are you doing?
My understanding, Darren Klein, Town Council through the moderator.
We can't hear you.
Good evening, Darren Klein, Town Council through the moderator. My understanding of the motion to amend is Mr. Massey is moving to add the words excluding eminent domain after the word warrant in the motion. The motion again is to add the words excluding eminent domain after the word warrant in the motion. I can't read that.
I'll clean it up.
You know? Go. You know why? Because you got caught out last time. No, different. Because I was just going to ask a question about we got cut out last time because they stopped the record. Well, I want him to clarify first. And this is why they requested to move those questions forward.
So his motion,
And how do we know that they're going to build a fire station?
his motion is
Just
an amendment. On the first, the motion that's on the floor is I move to approve Article 25 as printed in the warrant. His motion wants to amend that to add the words excluding eminent domain after the word warrant, to insert those words in this motion, okay? So that's now the motion on the floor. So this is two-thirds vote,
Any discussion?
right? Oh,
Any
discussion? Yeah. Mr. O'Leary.
This is on the motion to amend. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I think it's important for people to understand that in... Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I think it's important for people to understand that in order for the town to move forward to finding a location for a fire station, that we would probably need, or we may need, the opportunity to take it by eminent domain. We don't have to if we enter into a friendly agreement with somebody who's willing to sell us their land. We do not have to take it by eminent domain. For your information, since last November, we have been engaging in conversation with Mr. Lynch to purchase a portion of the 97 Main Street, the location for a fire station. We have been engaging in that discussion since November. Mr. Lynch actually offered up a drawing, a rendition of a fire station and a location on 97 Main Street to have it situated there, partnering with the town, as he has said he was looking to do. That was starting in November. December, he gave us the rendering and the location as to what he was offering, which is approximately one acre of land. We, again, have been asking Mr. Lynch. In January, he was going to give us a price. At first, he offered it to the town for leasing the land, a land lease, which we said we have no interest in leasing land forever and a day to site a fire station. We need to purchase it. So he agreed that he would come up with a proposal for us to do that, being the same site. We've been asking since January for a price. And Mr. Lynch is here. Unfortunately, the board was looking to have for you all the information available, including prices as to what it was going to cost us to do that. Mr. Lynch has yet to give us a price on the land that he has offered us, and I would ask him tonight to at least give us a figure so we know what we're talking about. 97 Main Street right now is the third choice of the Fire Station Building Committee. However, as we do the investigation on the other two parcels, if there are contaminations and cleanup costs associated with those, it may put them out of reach. And again, we have sent out letters, I believe, to about 16 different parcel owners on Route 28, asking them if they would be willing to sell it, engage in discussions with the town to purchase land for the siting of a fire station. We got 0 responses. Nobody was interested in talking to us about selling us land. We were looking at a parcel of land to work with 86, 84 Main Street, engaged in informal discussions with one property owner there. Mr. Lynch ended up buying that property before the town got a chance to purchase it. So we need to avail ourselves of the opportunity to find a location to site a fire station. The only one that has engaged with us willingly is someone who doesn't own the property yet. Mr. Lynch does not own 97 Main Street. The transfer has not taken place. I am positive about that. As of 5:30 this afternoon, it was not registered, not in the registry of deeds. It has not been transferred. But again, we were told by Stop and Shop it was going to take it, quick transfer within 45 days and all the rest. 12 months later, it hasn't happened yet. So it's important that you provide yourselves with an opportunity to cite it, and that opportunity includes eminent domain. I would hope that Mr. Lynch would continue to engage with us and follow through on his offer to sell us this acre of land and give us a price on it. If it turns out that the other two parcels are not tenable as far as the cleanup and moving of tenants and all the rest, the costs associated with 97 Main Street is a viable option as identified by our consultants, and a viable option as identified by our Fire Station Building Committee. It happens to be our third choice, but sometimes you don't get your first. So don't shortchange yourself the opportunity to locate a fire station on the west side of town, because we have nobody that's willing to step up and sell it to us willingly, other than Mr. Lynch has offered to do so, engaged with us for the last 6 months, but has not given us a price. So I would urge you to vote no on this amendment. Provide yourselves the opportunity to purchase it.
Is this about the amendment?
Sure is. The article. Oh.
Not about the amendment, just the article.
Okay. Well, right now, it's, the motion on the floor is the amendment.
Okay.
Nobody wants to speak to that?
No.
All right, you want to speak about?
Before we can go to debate on the amendment, we should get a recommendation from the Select Board and the Finance Committee on the amendment.
That's fair.
Yeah, but I should have been doing it.
Yeah, but he's been getting. Oh, right, yes. He's never going to do
I know, they got it.
Well, the attorney should get it.
He kind of did, I think, to get the principle. Like everyone just said he's done. But Murphy, he's still. Oh, thank God. He already texted me, he goes, this meeting would already be over. Like,
I know. I would so love it.
Yeah, and everyone's back.
I went over there, I shake his hand, I go, you miss it? He goes, no. I go, come on, I know you do. He goes, no, I don't really. Let's just vote on the amendment.
And yeah, looks tired.
Oh, yeah.
We actually made it pass.
Just as a report on the select board, one yay, 4 nays. So we're good leaving the motion as it is.
Can't hear you.
We voted nay.
On the amendment, they voted for, against it, 1 for it. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Moderator.
So that's the vote from the select board on the amendment from the finance committee. Unanimously, no.
Mr. Moderator, can I make a few comments? Just one comment. Just clarifying why I made the amendment.
What do you want to do?
Clarify why I made the amendment.
Yeah. Give him a minute. Give him a minute. Yeah.
You can clarify why you made the amendment.
Ladies and gentlemen, this will allow
Is it
the
quick?
town to still negotiate with Mr. Lynch without having the authority to take by eminent domain. So we can still, as we've been doing, continuing negotiations, and maybe there's an opportunity for a friendly discussion for a purchase. If this passes, we are still going on to 26 and 27 for the possibility of whatever you want. Do you want to, let's just say you want to vote yes to 84, 86. This would now say the town can now negotiate with Mr. Lynch without eminent domain and also be able to take 84, 86, including eminent domain. Is that clear?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Someone's leaning on the wrong thing.
We're ready to go? Go ahead.
Go.
On the amendment or on the article?
Well, the amendment's on the floor, so if you have anything related to the amendment, bring that up now.
May I?
Yeah.
Just with your permission?
If it's
Sorry, Adam Saul, 279 Haverhill Street. It doesn't seem financially prudent to take a tool away from us with this amendment. I don't know why we would want to do that. Doesn't make financial committee just said unanimously they would recommend us not doing this. So why, as a town, do we want to take a tool out of our toolbox and throw it away so that we can't use it later? So, all right, go ahead,
Mr. Moderator.
Thank you.
Mr. Moderator.
Step up to the mic then.
So, is it related to the amendment as well?
It is for the amendment.
Because we can't get to the main motion until we vote on the amendment.
No, I would like to say I'm happy to hear there's friendly negotiations ongoing. However, like you said, negotiations are ongoing. Nothing is set in stone yet. It seems like there's no price. So while there's still price negotiable, it doesn't make sense to take anything off the table here. So I just want to say, whatever the people vote for, let it be made, basically.
Yeah, Mr. Moderator, through you.
He was up before.
John Judith Drive.
Parker Moffett, Central Street, speaking about the amendment. A negotiation carried out.
Just wait till I call on you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
That sets a bad precedent.
You're
And
absolutely
the next
right.
one gets up, and the next one gets up. Okay.
Thank you.
Floor's yours.
Thank you, sir. A negotiation carried out with the threat of force behind it is not a negotiation. I think many of us in this town would be happy to see a fair market transaction engaged in between willing parties, but doing so when one party has the ability to beat the other over the head with the club with the use of eminent domain is not a fair market transaction. And I would vote in favor of the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Yeah, great. Let's vote.
All right, let's vote.
I can only tell you, folks, that either way, if you vote for this, what he's saying, or you don't vote, it seems like the crowd wants to move off this one and get to 24. So if we want to go to the 25, I'm sorry, 26.
No, 26.
26. The fire chief is going to want to talk about it. So if we don't want this, take the acquisition out, the enter domain out, let Nick finish, vote it up or down. If you vote it up and say take that out of there, and then they vote on the motion, vote it down because you want to go to the next one. So, and the longer everybody talks and argues about it, goes back and forth, you're not going to get to the article that the chief wants to do about where he wants it. So crowd, everybody quiet down, everybody calm down, let them do it. If you know what you want, which is the next one, then we'll vote for that one. Vote up if you want the next one, but allow them to finish it. Let's get out of here on that one. Let the chief speak, and everybody can try to get out by 11 if we don't get the last article in. Otherwise, everybody's coming back tomorrow night. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator. Mr. Moderator. Mr. Moderator. I'd just like to point out one thing that I do apologize. I did forget one point of important information that I brought this up for a reason. Does everyone have this in their hand? Can everyone look at Article 25 and just see a cloud? Is there now giving the power of the town to be able to decide what that partial is? So what I'm getting at was no one knows the dimensions of the survey of this proposal. And what I'm trying to allow is that if you do, which we proved that we do want 97 Main to prosper here, this would allow, this is more in support of 97 Main Street from Article 24, and it takes away our powers to be able to decide what this bubble means. Okay. Thank you. Next.
Vote. Yes. Vote. Vote. Let's go.
Mr. Moderator, just to be clear.
Just real quick. Just
to be
real
clear,
quick.
what we're talking about on 97 Main Street is what we've been discussing with Mr. Lynch specifically. No more, no less. And it's just the tool in the toolbox that you need in order to finalize. And again, it's not the first choice of the building committee, but it is a choice, and I would urge you to vote favorably on all three of these articles to provide us with an opportunity to get a site location. If you vote favorably on one and not on the other two, that's the only one we can look at. And that's not the one that's necessarily going to work for us. Sometimes you can't get exactly where you want, and you have to take your second or third choice. What we're asking for is the three choices. And that's what the Fire Station Building Committee has asked for, the three choices.
I move to motion.
Option 1, 2, and 3.
Thank you.
So anyway, vote no on the amendment and leave the tools in your toolbox. Did he move to the question? Did somebody move to the question?
Yes. Can I move to Catherine Albert, 27 Kings Row? I would like to go home. Can we move to motion on the amendment? Move to question on the amendment.
All right, so the amendment is, it's going to add the words after the word warrant, excluding eminent domain.
Good.
All right? So if you are agreeable to that, you will vote yes, and if you are not, you will vote no. And then we will do it with the clickers. And yeah. After we vote this, we're going to vote on the question, on the full question, amended. This is the amendment only. Yes or no? So open the voting, please.
Right.
Okay. We got that, Jeff. What do we want?
Yes.
I don't know why.
Good. Yourself. The motion is to end debate on the motion to amend. The motion is to move the question, which means the motion is to not debate anymore the motion to amend.
No, it's
No.
What?
Bye.
I skipped voting to move the question. I don't think that's anything but 100%, but we'll do it. So
We voted to exclude eminent domain. We knew what we were voting on.
So the voting's open to move the question.
Now we move to the question with the amendment. Now we vote. No. What is this?
No.
Oh, the amendment. Oh, I'm sorry.
What are we voting on?
To exclude eminent domain. Yes, to exclude.
No. Excluding eminent domain.
I don't want to vote.
Eminent domain.
We have to have discussion.
He typed it. Well, that's what he...
So excluding eminent domain, so I gotta vote yes. Yeah.
We're voting yes, we're excluding eminent domain. Are they doing it?
Yes.
They were doing it.
What everybody thought they were voting on
Way to
last
go.
time.
We're gonna reset.
He doesn't want
It was
anybody-
worded differently.
Get it together, guys.
He doesn't.
we're going to have to do it again. Yes. We are moving, this is we're moving to the question of the amendment. Okay?
Okay.
So this is a vote to move the question or
To the amendment.
Take a hand vote.
Exclude eminent domain. Good question. Then you'll do this. The woman that came up, she cut off debate by saying move to question. So you have to vote on that.
Yeah, but that was only on the amendment. She can only talk on the amendment.
Forget it.
You have to vote on the move.
All those in favor of moving to the question say aye. Aye. Okay.
Is this on the amendment?
Now we're going to vote on the amendment. If you want it amended, say yes. If you don't, say no.
Okay.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, say yes.
Yes.
We're going to use the clickers.
We're voting on the amendment? Can you explain it again?
Curveball.
If you want the amendment, say yes. If you don't, say no.
On the amendment, okay. Yeah.
And it's open.
No,
Open?
what, what?
on the screen.
Huh?
Sorry, he's a monkey. I'm sorry.
Oh, there we go. Domain, yeah.
Okay, good.
All right. That's what I.
There you go. Yeah. Add exclusion. Yes.
Didn't we already do it?
They don't think so.
It's the same thing.
All because he made.
If I say yes, it's amended. If I say no, it's not. We're just voting on the amendment. No. Well, I did, but then I had to go back to the move to the question.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's enough. Okay, now we're going to vote on the main motion.
Okay.
Discussion.
It was amended, so the amendment is part of it.
Okay.
The amendment passed at 3:54 and
Discussion.
Discussion, all right.
they what? You want to hear the whole article?
We have discussion on the article.
Okay.
Ready?
You're talking to the article as amended, right?
That is correct.
Oh.
Okay. John Magazu, 4 Deer Run, North Reading. A realtor here in North Reading for over 50 years. Everything that went out in the mail, no prices were given. To see somebody say that 1 acre of land on commercial property in North Reading is $577,000 is an insult to me personally because I know the value, which is double that. And, so I think you're misleading the people by putting that number up there. As far as the 50 to 100, that's great, but you still have the ability to use that 50 to 100, but that number isn't realistic when you're looking at the true value of 1 acre. If you look at the abutting property, the Currier property, he wants 1.5 million for like a half acre or just 30,000. So the building where Sign Art went up, that sold for $2.5 million, and that was an acre of land. So 577,000 isn't the right number. I do respect Nick, Mark Hall, and the rest of the fire station crew. I don't think they came up with that number. So that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Kathy Subner, 53 Swamp Pond Road. If this article passes and Article 26 passes, what's going to be built on this land?
All this is doing is giving the board guidance to negotiate with more than one property owner and come to a conclusion. We're only going to buy one. We're only going to buy one.
Yeah, but that's
You can
not
offer
my
3 of
answer.
them. We're only going to buy one. So if we don't buy this one, nothing's being built on it by the town. It'll be built on by Mr. Lynch, just like the other 2 parcels.
That's not that wasn't, but if town meeting votes yes on this and yes on 88, 86, 84,
and the other one, 77, 75,
Okay,
whatever it is.
right.
Yeah. What that,
Then what are you going to build on this?
if we come to a negotiated agreement with the owners of the property, an owner of the property.
Right.
Right? One of them will be built upon, it'll be a fire station. Fire station.
Not a wastewater project.
No, fire station. That's it. That's what we're looking
All
for,
right,
is a site for a fire
as
station.
long as we have your word that it
That's
won't
what
be a
it is.
wastewater
We're
project.
looking for a site for a fire station.
All right.
That's it. And what we have here is 3 options which have been put forth for consideration. We're asking favorable recommendation and votes on all 3. So it gives us an opportunity to find a site.
Chief Stats.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. And through you, good evening, everybody. My name is Don Satz. I'm the fire chief here in North Reading. And as you might imagine, I'm also a member of the Fire Station Building Committee. What I wanted to do was provide a little clarity to you guys on this article as well as the following 2, because I think it's a little confusing, and I want to make sure everybody's clear on what the Fire Station Building Committee is recommending. And this is the 3rd or the last one that we're recommending. But how we got here is important so that you know that, hearing some of the comments and concerns today from the audience on some of the preceding articles regarding town-owned land and why we should use that as opposed to some of these sites. And some of you may or may not know, but the siting of a fire station is extremely important, as that is the base of operations for us to respond out to you in a timely manner. And we use different standards that we go by to do that, and I don't really want to get into the weeds on that right now. But what we did, because recognizing that importance, is we conducted a response time analysis with a vendor. And what they found was that the best location for a fire station on the west side that best serves the town is somewhere between Winter Street on Main Street up to North Street and no further, because once you do that, or you go outside of those parameters, or you go further west or further north or south, you basically put other areas of the community in jeopardy, or you don't service the neighborhoods in between, let's say Main Street and Haverhill Street, effectively. And you start losing that advantage that you had within that corridor. So I really wanted to explain that first and why that's so important. And while it may cost some more money, that's not lost on me either. Not lost on me either. I'm a taxpayer. My folks are taxpayers. I know it's going to be expensive, but it will be a one-time cost, and it will serve the community well for years and years to come. And that's what I wanted to make sure you guys were all very clear, and that this one, it's pretty restrictive for us. We can make it work if we need to, but it's our 3rd choice. Thank you.
No, he's just being agnostic.
I'm not as tall as the chief. I'm Abby Hurlbut. I'm chair of the Fire Station Building Committee. Who knew? And the little thing that looks like a cloud here, that's actually a substation. We do have site-specific drawings on the fire station website under projects that show where we would put a fire station if it were at that small piece of 97. We also have showings of where we would put both substations as well as a full-size fire station at the other 2 properties in question. So I urge you to look at those and see what the possibilities are. The chief is 100% correct that the Fire Station Building Committee does not particularly like the cloud on 97, because it's a very tight fit that does not allow options. So that being said, go visit that website, because there's a lot of free information.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Dave Rudloff, I'm on CPC and the Fire Station Building Committee. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chief Stats. Made a lot of points that I was going to make, but I will point out that 97 is not the optimal site. We found that was our number 3 choice out of 3 that we reviewed. And one of the things that struck me is in order, I think, for the most cost-effective way to build stations, we have one existing one at 152. It's 13,000 square feet. If you recall, there was a a design that was a few years back that was going to add about 6,500 square feet, so just under 20,000 square feet would have been the new headquarters at 152. That was going to cost upwards or around 1,000 per square foot, and also that did not even have the swing space that would be required. You'd have to shut down the entire station and put all these different vehicles and personnel into a temporary space. So very expensive to renovate existing 152. What we need is a headquarters, and that's one thing that 97 does not provide. In my opinion, I've seen it. This is what I do for a living. There's not enough room for snow removal. There's not enough room for movement around the site. It's tight, and it does not fit a headquarters, in my opinion. So for me, it doesn't work because we can't have two basically satellite-type buildings, fire stations. We need a headquarters, and to do that, it's going to be on 8486 or on 7375, those other two articles. I don't have a problem with passing this article because it just gives the town the ability to negotiate with the owner. I support the amendment to remove eminent domain. I'm not in support of that, whereas I am in support of it with the other ones. But I just wanted to point out that this does not support a headquarters. Thank you.
Lisa Mackey, Adam Street. I'm still in favor of leaving Main Street for businesses, but could I ask the police, the fire chief, if you could just say which of the three properties were your top two? I'm guessing it's the other two.
Yeah, that's correct, Lisa. Thank you, Mr. Moderator, for you. So Articles 26 and 27. So 84, 86 Main Street is our first and primary choice. It offers great flexibility, no compression to other businesses. It gives us a little space. And 73, 75. Those give us the best options for either a headquarters or a substation. 97, as Mr. Rudloff said, only provides us enough room, compressed room for a substation. If we had to build anything bigger at that point, we're really sacrificing the programmatic need of the station, and we have to elevate it and go up probably to a third floor, which is not ideal.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Something that I do want to make clear is that going forward to probably the October town meeting, perhaps the June at the latest, we're going to come, the Fire Station Building Committee will be coming to you with a project. At that point, we're going to make a recommendation on what we would like to see built, and then it'll be up to you on what you want for the community.
Amy Sonia, 24 Fieldcrest Terrace. So two things. My first thing is I just want to clarify. The Fire Department Building Committee's first choice is 8486 Main Street, correct?
That's correct.
And if for some reason that does not pass, the second choice is 75?
73, 75.
73, 75. Thank you. Next, I just want to make one acknowledgement. Mr. O'Leary seems to be trying to make Mr. Lynch, I have to say Jamie, because I've known him since he was cashing some of his first paychecks, out to be a villain. He is far from a villain. He is a very good resident of this town and a very good businessman.
Mr. Moderator, I might clarify.
Mr. O'Leary.
Again, I apologize if there's a misunderstanding here. Mr. Lynch is not a villain. Someone came to our town meeting, at our select board meeting, said that, and I shut them off, and that's not the case. Mr. Lynch is a member of the community here. He has stepped forward and acknowledged that he's willing to partner with the town, and that's a wonderful thing. That's a good thing. Nobody, including myself, is opposed to what's being proposed there. We just thought there were better options for the town, and we had reason to believe that we should bring it to you for consideration, and you considered it and opted not to. We're in full support of what Mr. Lynch is trying to do. We're in full support of Mr. Lynch offering to partner with us. What we're trying to do is get him done. Give us a number, and other than that, we're still willing to negotiate and looking to do so. He's also a part and parcel of the 8486 Main Street. He's an integral part of that discussion too, as you will find out under that article. So what we're looking to do is partner with Mr. Lynch and get some more information from him, and we would appreciate it, but Far from a villain. He's a wonderful citizen. He's a wonderful member of the community, and he's a great developer. So we appreciate his effort. We appreciate his investment. Thank you.
Catherine Albert, 27 Kings Row. It's 10:41 p.m. I would like to move to question on Article 25.
Okay, the motion before us was amended, so I'm going to read it in full with the amended language included, okay?
Voice vote on move the question.
I did that.
They just made a motion
Oh.
to move the question. To call a voice vote on the move the question. Then we'll go.
When did they?
She just asked. She just moved the question.
Who did? She did? Oh, it's a move to the question? All right, all those in favor? Yeah. Here's the motion as amended. We're going to do it with the clickers.
You didn't ask for opposed votes.
Oh,
Pass over.
all those opposed?
Now we're on the
You didn't know that?
Want to get called out again?
This motion carries. We're gonna use the clickers, and this is what the motion is with the language included. This is the with the amendment included. Acquisition and appropriation, 97 Main Street, portion of parcel. I move to approve Article 25 as printed in the warrant, excluding the words excluding eminent domain, to appropriate by transfer from the Capital Improvement Stabilization Fund $50,000 as funding for said acquisition and all costs incidental and related thereto, including the costs of obtaining site access and testing and analysis. Requires a 2/3 majority. So we'll go to the clickers. Are you?
Ready when you are, so you want me to
Open
open?
it. Okay. So you're voting on the original motion as amended. Close it. This passed. It's weird. Article 26.
Okay, motion, Article 26, acquisition and appropriation, 8486 Main Street. I move to approve Article 26 as printed in the warrant and to appropriate by transfer from the Capital Improvement Stabilization Fund $100,000 as funding for said acquisition and all costs incidental and related thereto, including the cost of obtaining site access and testing analysis.
Recommendation from the Select Board.
Select Board recommends 4 to 1.
Finance Committee.
recommends 7 to 1.
Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Gilberto.
Thank you. Just by way of a brief description of the intention of this article, would authorize the Select Board to acquire parcels of land at 84 and 86 Main Street. The intention of the acquisition is to provide a space for a fire station. The location, as was described earlier, was ranked first by preference by the Fire Station Building Committee. 84 Main Street assessed at $1.9 million. 86 Main Street assessed at $623,000, but sold in February for $2 million. What's being sought here is $100,000 for site access and testing only. So this would not allow the town to acquire or build something on the property. It would merely allow the Select Board to be able to access the property to better understand its condition prior to coming back to town meeting with a potential appropriation request to purchase the property. Thank you.
I would risen for the previous article. I'll wait.
You're there, why?
No, I had stood up before the article was moved, and I just was going to wait till there's a time to make a motion. So I'm standing by. Sorry.
I made the motion. Am I going crazy? Hey, seriously, am I going crazy? You made the motion. The motion, Mr. Yule.
Yes, I would like to move to the motion on Article 26. Thank you.
Sir?
This is the first town meeting I've ever been to, and I'm just a wee bit confused. Earlier in the night, I heard that we couldn't afford 4 additional firemen. Now we're going to build a new fire station right around from where I live, 44 Southwick Road. It'd be great. But are there going to be any firemen in it?
You want to touch that?
I do. Sir, thank you for asking that question, because if the SAFER grant fails, I will need your support in the October town meeting to restore my funding. Thank you.
I will try this again. I would like to move to the question. We've spoken a lot about it.
And nobody else seeking recognition? Okay, then we'll move to the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. All right, so now we'll, this is a two,
I didn't hear what you said.
we're going to do the vote with the clickers. It's a 2/3 majority. All right? Okay, so open the vote. Article 26, 8486 Main Street.
Hi, how are you?
We used to do that.
Close the night, is that okay?
Close it.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh.
Go to Catholic school. Yeah.
Woo.
reconsider
Yes,
25, so
yes.
that we can't go back to it?
396
Thanks, Matt.
for, 112 no, 508 voted.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes, and it was two-thirds.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Mr. Moderator? Matt Carroll, 16 Peter Road. Motion to reconsider Article 26.
Motion to reconsider?
Yep.
We have a motion to reconsider Article 26. If you want it, if you don't want to deal with it anymore, you say no. No, pull out your clickers. It's two-thirds. Pull out your clickers, set it up, two-thirds, move. Reconsideration. Reconsideration, yep. Open the voting. Vote. Go ahead, vote. Close it. Okay. Article 27.
Mr. Moderator? Mr. Moderator?
Mr. Yule.
Yes, I'd like to reconsider Article 25 and put this thing to bed.
You want to reconsider Article 25?
Article 25.
All right. Have a motion to reconsider Article 25. So take out your clickers. He's going to set it up. Two-thirds vote. Everybody says no. Yeah, it's open. Very memorable meeting.
When this is done, can I address you? I'm doing it. Just put it to bed. Come on. I'm so tired. I just want to go to bed. It's a school night, man. I gotta get up early and take care of the kids. After tonight, I might have to.
All right. Oh, yeah.
Okay, we're good.
Okay, so that's all done with.
Mr. Moderator, Parker Moffett, 55 Central Street. I'd like to make a motion to adjourn to a time certain, to adjourn to this facility tomorrow night to continue the meeting.
Well, there's a whole bunch of other articles we got to do too.
No,
All right.
we can at least vote on this.
Oh, fair enough.
No, we haven't gotten that far.
I need that, I need the motion in writing.
What?
Yes, sir.
Right, don't, I need it in writing.
If you put that in writing, then that's if we have 3 minutes left to vote on that.
Got it. All right.
And it's not debatable.
There's no rule. I know. Finished tonight.
Michael, do you have one?
Well,
Mr. Moderator, I'd like to remove my motion to write it down while we move on to 27 for the next couple minutes people are here.
Don't we have to go backwards though? Don't we have to? Can we leave a few?
Mr. Moderator, could I ask a clarifying question? If we go through with this, does that mean that we have to wait for Article 27 for tomorrow and we only have 2 minutes to vote on it tonight? So if he gets rid of that, could we vote on 27 tonight?
Sure.
Mr. Moderator, just a point of clarification. I misspoke earlier. We can still consider articles after 11 o'clock, so we can finish tonight. So I misspoke. There's not a deadline. We can continue on, if we so choose, and finish the meeting.
All right. John, good? Okay to go?
Oh, I gotta go ask the attorney.
Mr. Walder, Article 27.
All right, let's move it along, people.
We're gonna do it.
Acquisition and appropriation 73 to 75 Main Street. I move to approve Article 27 as printed in the warrant and to appropriate by transfer from the Capital Improvement Stabilization Fund $100,000 as funding for said acquisition and all costs incidental and related thereto, including the cost of obtaining site access and testing analysis.
Recommendation from the Select Board.
Is recommended 4-1.
Finance Committee.
Finance Committee voted 7 to 1.
7 to 1 what?
7 to 4, one was closed.
All right. Any discussion? No discussion. Okay. All right, this requires a 2/3 vote. Get out the clickers. Close it out. What do we got? Yeah. 253, is it 2/3? It is. 253 yes, 123 no. Article 27 passes.
Yeah, it shows up green. It shows up green at the top. That's two-thirds majority, result passed.
Wow. Passed by .2.
Jeff, do you want to go ahead? I got a motion to adjourn.
You're gonna, yeah, not just yet.
Yeah. Mr. Moderator, I move to adjourn to Tuesday, June 2nd, 2026 at 7 p.m. here at 189 Park Street.
You misunderstood me.
Nothing I can do, right? Motion to adjourn.
Call for a vote, but it is debatable, is what I heard.
To adjourn? To adjourn?
I have a motion to adjourn to a time certain.
Mr. Moderator? Can I speak to the motion?
I didn't put the motion down.
Sorry.
Did I?
Nope.
Motion to adjourn to a time certain. I move to adjourn to Tuesday, 6/2/2026 at 7 p.m. right here. Or do we want to finish?
Can I speak?
Want to finish?
I'd like to just.
No.
Can I speak to the motion?
Yes.
Thank you. Mark Bizignano, 16 Brassy Way. I would like to urge all of you to not vote to adjourn so that we can move to reconsider Article 27
Yes.
and then move to adjourn.
Once we
The
adjourn.
last thing anybody in this room is going to try to reconsider something.
Point of order, if we do adjourn to tomorrow, can we reconsider anything from tonight, or is it over for
No,
tonight?
it's over.
No, once tonight closes, it's over.
There you go.
Whatever.
Okay. Yeah.
Whatever happened, happened. Can't bring it up again. Can't go backwards.
Mr. Moderator? New day, fresh article.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We get no
So,
reconsideration.
Exactly.
everybody still have their clickers? All right, well, if you want to stay and finish,
Vote no.
we'll use the clickers.
If you want to go home, vote yes.
That way nobody beside you will yell at you as you're raising your hand.
I don't have any.
If we're going to stay and finish, we can stay and finish. We will finish quickly.
So are they doing the reconsideration?
The motion has to.
Mr. Moderator? After this vote, if this passes, there would be no opportunity for reconsideration of Article 27?
No, why would you need to do that?
I'm just wondering, thought we maybe
Well,
pick a
someone
site for a
someone
fire
would have
station now, or
to
pick
someone
two
would have to stand up,
Okay,
try
we
to
pick-
get reconsideration to pass.
Understood. We picked two sites tonight, just so everyone's aware. Okay, all right. You've given the authority, okay.
Quick question.
I can't hear you.
I can't hear. Quick question. Some of the folks in the back want to know on 23. It wasn't
reconsidered. There was no reconsider vote. Can it be reconsidered tomorrow night?
No.
No.
Thank you.
No.
Today is today. What happens at this meeting is over.
Thank you.
If we do meet tomorrow and somebody starts talking about something from tonight, I'm not going to be a happy guy, because that's over. Once we're done, it's passed.
Thank you, Mr. Motor. Thank you.
So, do you want to stay and finish?
We'll check the votes.
Let's go.
Yeah, check the votes. All right.
You want to go?
Okay.
You want to go?
Okay.
What's the next article?
Let's use the clickers, and if oh, we did it.
So, next article. Next article.
Mr. Moderator, I move to reconsider Article 27.
I'm sorry.
Wait.
I think I know what the issue is. Can I just say, I've like come up here twice.
So what was the last one we did? 8? What's the last one we did? 8?
Moderator, may I please speak?
Yes.
Minosca Valdez, 28 Flint Street. I think people just want to be able to know that if someone wanted to, it's been addressed. And so if we just vote on whether we want to reconsider or not, then we just move to adjourn and it's done. I think that's what I'm understanding. Is that what it is?
No, we're talking about finishing the meeting.
Okay, he didn't listen to one word I said.
All right. Motion to reconsider on which one? 25?
27.
27. Motion to reconsider 27. Take out your clickers.
Oh, it's just a reconsider.
It's not that we want, I think people want to know more than
I'm done. I'm done. Oh, don't wait for me. Just fix the closer. This is a joke. I sat it down. All right, that's closed for the night. We have Article 14.
Mr. Moderator. Mr. Moderator, seeking to be recognized. Jeff Gannon, 3 Linwood Avenue. Just before we voted, we were told at 10:59 that we could bring up new articles after 11, when more than half the people have left because earlier we were told we couldn't. Can council advise if we're okay? Because that doesn't seem right. Not that I necessarily need to leave right this second, but.
Darren Klein, Town Council. The bylaws used to have a provision that called for a quorum requirement after 11 o'clock. That was removed several years ago. The town meeting is free to continue its business right now. There's no time requirement. And there were a couple of statements made earlier to clarify that there was no longer an 11 o'clock deadline. In fact, it was just said about 20 minutes ago by one of the select board members.
Right, that's the first time I heard of it, so I must have missed this several times you mentioned.
It was also corrected.
Along with about 300 other people who left.
Well, again, under the bylaws and charter, there's no prohibition against continuing.
Okay, Mr. Moderator, moving on.
Yep, Mr. Massey. Article 14, please.
Mr. Moderator, Article 14, I move to appropriate from free cash the amount of $270,000 for the purpose of funding fiscal year 2027 retirement obligations for town employees, including municipal and school employees, as specified in Article 14, as printed in the warrant.
Recommendation from the Select Board.
Select Board unanimously recommends.
Finance Committee.
Finance Committee unanimously recommends.
Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous.
Mr. Moderator, Article 15. I move to authorize the treasurer to enter into compensating balance agreements on behalf of the town as specified in Article 15 as printed in the warrant.
Recommendation for the Select Board.
Select Board unanimously recommends.
Finance Committee.
Finance Committee unanimously recommends.
Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Unanimous. Article 16, Mr. Massey.
Mr. Moderator, Article 16, I move to rescind bonding, I move to rescind bonding authorized for Park Street Bridge reconstruction authorized by Article 24 of the June 10, 2024 Spring Annual Town Meeting in the amount of $630,000.
Recommendation for the Select Board.
Select Board unanimously recommends.
Finance Committee.
Finance Committee unanimously recommends.
Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Motion unanimous. 17, Mr. O'Leary.
Mr. Moderator, I move to appropriate amounts to purchase items and complete projects of a capital nature in the amounts of from the source of funds and for the purposes as specified in the table following Article 17 as printed in the warrant, but excluding the project entitled Trash and Recycling Automation Collection Carts, for which a capital funding source is no longer required, including equipping vehicles and for all items, all incidental and related costs, and furthermore, in all instances where bond is listed as a source of funds, said borrowing will be pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 44, Section 7 and 8, or any other enabling authority, and to authorize the treasurer, with the approval of the Select Board, to borrow said specified funds and issue bonds and notes therefore.
Recommendation for the Select Board.
Select Board unanimously recommends, and again, just...
Finance Committee.
Finance Committee unanimously recommends.
Just...
No.
Wait, Abby, would you give me a dead mic? Speak louder, John. Finance Committee recommends unanimously. I'm also the chair of the Capital Improvement Stabilization Fund. I'm probably going to keep you here for another hour or so.
Yeah.
I'm not going to go through anything that's been that we've recommended. We recommended at a select board meeting on April 27th. All of those recommendations have been published in the transcript. They've been on screen. They're in your book. I think you can read them. There's only one thing that I want to convey to you. I think it's very important. The program that's been in place for the last 10 years or so is not sustainable. We are using free cash now to cover items in the operating budget that it wasn't designed to cover, like the debt service.
we voted this evening, $1.2 million. That money should be going to capital, but it can't because there's not enough money coming in to operate the town without using free cash. And so it's going to have an impact on the capital going forward. One thing that we had to do this year was to tell the DPW that when they make the recommendations for road work next year, they've got to cut it back by 25%. They've been asking this year and prior years for $2 million. $500,000 of that comes from the state, and the other $500,000 was coming from the town, typically as a bonding item. We asked them, coming next year, cut it back to a total of $1.5 million, and the bonding item will only be $1 million. So, you know, roads are important. We're trying to keep up with them, but we can't. We also had to defer about $1.5 million worth of stuff this year, including Concord Street, Southwick, and Park Street, and the sidewalks on Central Street. And that's all I'm going to say. It is not sustainable. We need to work on, as others have said earlier tonight, on coming up with a plan for the town and operating the town that actually works. Thank you. Is that a minute?
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks, Don. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous?
Unanimous.
18.
18. Mr. Moderator, I move to appropriate from free cash the amount of $100,000 for repairs and improvements to municipal buildings, including all costs incidental and related thereto, as specified in Article 18 as printed in the warrant.
Recommendation for the Select Board.
Select Board unanimously recommends.
Finance Committee.
Finance Committee unanimously recommends.
Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Article 19. Mr. Pierce.
Mr. Moderator, I move to pass over Article 19 as printed in the warrant.
Recommendation for the Select Board.
Select Board recommends passing over.
Finance Committee.
Finance Committee votes passing over.
Obviously, the CPC.
The CPC recommends passing over.
Further discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Mr. O'Leary, Article 20.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to accept the provisions of Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53F and 3/4, and establish a PEG access receipts reserve for appropriation account, and that any current PEG access funds held by the town be transferred to such account on or after July 1st, 2026.
The Select Board recommendation.
Select Board unanimously recommends.
Finance Committee.
Finance Committee recommends unanimously.
Further discussion.
Mr. Moderator, just as a point of information, this is coming into compliance with state law. What it does is the fees that you pay to Comcast and Verizon right now are currently split. Some of it goes directly towards our vendor, which is NORCAM, and some of it comes to the town. In order to come into compliance, it all has to come through the town, go back to NORCAM. The intent is to ensure that NORCAM's operations are not interrupted and that they have sufficient funds on a timely basis to continue their operations, and we appreciate them very much.
Further discussion.
Hi. Hello, everyone. I'm Rob Carbone. I'm the Executive Director of NORCAM, the person that this bill affects directly. I met with my board last week. We discussed it. We really don't agree with the terms of this because there's really no plan beyond you guys just putting this money in this account. and that greatly concerns us. And yeah, so I know we're in kind of a position where if you don't pass it, this money allegedly goes into free cash, which according to the Comcast contract can't happen, but that's what's going to happen. And if we do pass it, it still doesn't really seem to help us out because there's no plan for this money. And that's very, very concerning for us. I would like to say that according to Article 6, subsection 4, so 6.4, talks about the funding, but if I go to the next section, one more second here, I have my notes all a little. I'm sorry, it's under 6.2, PEG Access Provider, which we are named as the PEG Access Provider. That two of the duties that we have is to manage annual funding pursuant to Section 6.4 and to purchase, maintain, and/or lease equipment with funds allocated for such purposes. Also, in 6.4 of the Comcast cable franchise contract.
Mr. Carbone.
Yeah.
I appreciate you being here, but you weren't recognized to speak, and you're not a resident of the town, but
You did recognize me, and I could see 21 Bow Street. I spent most of my life there.
Yeah.
I might as well just have a bed there at this point in my life.
I'm assuming that Mr. Gilberto's at the podium over there because he wants to have a discussion with you, but that discussion, we can't discuss the business. It's whether or not we're going to set this account up.
I'm just trying to provide some background information that's helpful to maybe a possible decision made by the community. That's all.
Do you want to say a couple things?
I'm happy
Nope.
to wait. I can wait.
Good?
Like I said, this isn't a matter of taxation, by the way. This money is actually, like Mr. O'Leary said, it's through cable funds, most specifically through cable. I'm trying to explain something that actually benefits the community in the long, grand scheme of things. If you just give me a chance, I'd greatly appreciate it. Everyone else got the chance to speak without being interrupted. Actually, that's not entirely the case. Some people did get interrupted, but I'm just trying to speak. This is town meeting. This is the one last few true form of democracy we have in this country. This is government by the people and for the people. If you don't allow the people to speak, you're doing everyone a disservice. Please.
Thought it was for residents. Thought it was for residents.
I run an organization that benefits this town. People watching at home are using my services to see this meeting. So actually, this is something community-wide. If you really don't want me to do it, I'll just stop talking now. And it's okay. If they don't want me to talk, I won't talk. They can have the money.
I'd like to make a motion for us to vote to let him speak, even though he lives out of town. We have that right to ask him to speak. Even though he's out of town, we have the right to ask anybody here to be able to speak. Get him back. Get him back. Ask him to get him back. We have a right to make the motion to ask him to be able to speak. I don't even have to make a motion, right? We can ask him to speak. He deserves the time. No, come up here. Can we vote to allow him to speak? He deserves the right to speak. We can ask anybody in here to speak. We allow town council to speak. We allow anybody else to speak that's here. We bring up any other director of any other department, allow him to speak.
But I don't disagree with you.
Okay, should we vote?
But it's not germane, the conversation we need to have with him is not germane to this piece, to approving this new account.
I'd like him to still be able to speak and plead his case here for whatever he wants to say. I think we owe him that right, just like I think we owed Mr. Walmer the opportunity to speak, but I think he deserves to speak. That's all. It's a yes or a no with the citizens here.
Mr. Moderator, Richard McGowan, 46 Chestnut Street. Through you, could you please ask the town administrator if this article would change in any way the funding for NORCAM?
Is there an impact to NORCAM on this?
There definitely is an impact. I think the issue within the four corners.
Have we met with them?
No, we have not.
Okay. So we're going to meet with them?
I'm making the motion to ask if he can speak. We allow the town administrator to speak, but my motion is, do I need to make a motion? And then can the crowd just vote to allow him to speak?
Mr. Carbone, do you want to speak more, or do you?
I'd like to invite my friend, Mr. Carbone, to come up to speak and finish.
I know,
It goes to general fund, it goes in there, so whatever he says, it doesn't matter anyway.
yeah, I know, but.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate Rita for all she's done for this community for all of the years. I've been here 18 years. I've seen what she's done. I grew up in the next town over. I was friends with many of the kids growing up in this area. So, I mean, I may not be from this town, but I have an interest in this town. I have some friends and family still here. I work here. This is my livelihood. So I've dedicated the last 30 years of my life to doing public access TV, the last 18 years of it as the executive director of NORCAM. And I appreciate that. Thank you, Rita, and thank you, everyone, for letting me speak. What I'm saying is we have to be very careful going forward with how we vote on this and how we proceed with our funding, because there's very specific language in that contract. And if you vote the wrong way, you do the wrong thing with the money, it all goes away. You'll make the contract null and void. And you can't do that. Number two, according to that contract, the public access, the Comcast contract, we're still in management of those funds. They can't be taken away from us. They can't be filed into a different account. It says it right there, and there's 2 more years on that contract. And just when you present something to me with we have a month window from it being approved at town meeting to actually going into law in the state, and it's a statute, not a law. There's no penalty if we don't. What I'm trying to tell you is that there's a lot of conflicting things going on here, and I really think we have to sort this out before we proceed, because if you don't proceed the right way, it's going to cost us more in the long run. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Mr. Gilberto.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Mr. Carbone, thank you. I would say that I would agree that the steps leading up to this point did not go as smoothly as they should have. There's more conversation that needs to be had between the town and NORCAM. There are contractual issues between us and both Comcast and Verizon that are implicated here. There are contractual issues between the town and NORCAM that are implicated. That is all true. That is all correct. But we are required by state law to take this vote in order to reserve the funds that we get from Verizon and Comcast to be used for cable access purposes. If we don't take this vote, the accountant is unable to separate those funds out, and they become part of the general fund, which, in our opinion, exposes them to potential misuse down the road. So we're simply trying to take the step we're required by state law to clean up the town's books with regard to the money we receive from Verizon and Comcast. There's a lot more work to be done with NORCAM to address how the funds go to them. They have a contract that is very much outdated and will need to be updated. And we're committed to taking those steps. But right now, for housekeeping purposes, before the end of the fiscal year on June 30th, we need to take this vote so that the funds that we received even this fiscal year can be properly set aside for cable access purposes.
So could we vote on the motion now?
Just one quick question. Matt Plaskas, 96 Back Street. Have we confirmed that this does not violate our contracts?
It's possible that it does, but it's a state law that we are required to adopt in order to protect the funding that NORCAM is concerned about.
But we could lose the contract, which means the money goes away completely, correct?
I think if you're talking about losing the contract with NORCAM, I'm not sure how likely that is to take place. I think I just said we're committed to resolving whatever contractual issues are out there. But if we don't take this step, the funding that goes to them is no longer segregated for them.
Kevin Mackey, Adam Street. So which way do we need to vote to satisfy Rob, and which way do we vote to satisfy the town?
You can, to satisfy the state law, you would vote yes. That's why this article is before you.
Which is what the
The motion is to approve the article as printed in the warrant, that's correct.
And a no vote would,
A no vote would leave any money that we receive from Verizon or Comcast during this current fiscal year as part of the general fund and would not segregate it for cable access purposes. I'll say that again. It would no longer be segregated for cable access purposes.
but you also said that there is a conflict, or you're potentially breaking a
There may be contractual issues, yes, and we'll need to resolve them. But if we don't correct the issue with the town's books, we're going to have further issues that we'll be dealing with.
And when you say the word issue, is that breaking the law? If you have a contract and you don't follow the contract, you're breaking the law. And when you use the word issue, it's very vague.
So again, to be clear, the issue is that the money we get from Verizon and Comcast for cable access purposes would be mixed in with every other dollar of general fund revenue we receive, which is not good for NORCAM. If there are contractual issues, and again, I didn't say that there were, but there may be, then we'll need to address them. But the accountant and I have proposed this article so that we can comply with our requirement under state law. And that's not just a concept, that's something that they look over our shoulder every fall when they approve our tax rate recap prior to us issuing a tax bill. We need to comply.
So it sounds like this article could be contradictory to itself, somewhat.
I'm not sure that it contradicts itself. I think a no vote is contrary to NORCAM's interests. It's my personal opinion. There may be contractual language that we need to address, and we're committed to address that.
Okay.
So I'm reading James Van, 20 Valley Road. I can speak. So I'm reading section 53F 3/4. It says, a municipality that accepts this section may establish in the treasury a separate revenue account to be known as the PEG access. So are we required to establish this separate account?
I'll take a shot at it, but I'll ask the accountant to fill in. No, we're not required to, but the funds will remain part of the general fund with every other dollar of tax revenue we receive, which is not in the interest of public access through cable television.
Why not?
Because it's available for use for any other purpose at that point, and I'm not sure that that's the intent of these. And I can tell you that's not the intent.
Right, but I understand that. But if there's an existing contract, and doing this may invalidate that, then why are we rushing into this and not?
If we don't approve this article, any money we receive this fiscal year will be required by the accountant to close out to free cash, which will not make it dedicated for cable access purposes. Am I being clear about that?
Then what do we have to do to?
No, I so just real quick point of clarity. Those funds are clearly PEG funds. You cannot move them into general cash. You shouldn't have been putting them in general cash for the first place because they're PEG funds. It's outlined in 2 contracts, Verizon's and Comcast's. So it shouldn't have been there in the first place. It should have been put aside for NORCAM in some other way, shape, or form, but no one was acting on our behalf. And for being out of a contract, it's been almost 8 years since you've had a contract. We've been operating in good faith that entire time, doing the best we can with what resources we have. And that's what I'm saying. If you take those PEG funds away that are guaranteed to be PEG funds, you violated that contract. So you really cannot spend those PEG funds. They shouldn't have been in the general fund to begin with. They should have been put aside for PEG because that's what the contract says. It dictates that someone manages and spends those funds for PEG access, for public access. So when the distance learning lab cameras need to get replaced, they got replaced by us. When Town Hall, room 14 got redone, and we put all new cameras in there, that was done by us. When we need to put a new playback system that actually has closed captioning capabilities and whatnot added to it, that was done by us through capital funds. The money that comes to the community to be spent on public access television, only public access television alone, that's what we've done. We've complied with that. So to see money going into a general fund that shouldn't be going into a general fund is kind of concerning because that's not how it should have been accounted for to begin with. Those funds come to the community as PEG funds. They should remain PEG funds. They're not tax dollars. They're a franchise fee paid by people that subscribe to cable, not even to the internet, not to phone services, not to a bundle of phone and internet, just that small little snippet, that little bit that we get to run everything we can. We're a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week, 365-day-a-year operation. We run constantly. I was trying to get capital funds to replace our air conditioner last fall, and I got kind of blown off by that. And if that air conditioner fails at the Damon Tavern, that room's going to overheat. You're going to lose the playback system. You're probably going to lose a node on the iNet, and it's probably going to cause damage that's going to cost even more to repair. It's almost pound foolish to pursue this effort and just to keep things the way they were as they should be, because that's how it's worked. I've managed the money, in all honesty, to the best of my ability, and have a little bit of a nest egg so God forbid anything happens, just like the town does, that I don't put a burden on the town. I don't have to come here like a neighboring town with their access center, I go and ask for $65,000 extra beyond their stuff. I have never done that. I've never done that in all my years of doing this. I've been doing this for a very long time. So I don't see the logic in this. It's a statute, it's not a law. The way things are is how it's supposed to be. The money's supposed to be managed as PEG money. Not for paving roads, not for general fund, not for putting into buying a piece of land, none of that. It's to make sure that, something happens to the iNet. We have someone to work on the fiber optics. If something happens to our playback system, we can replace that. It's a $140,000 piece of equipment. So I know what this statute does, but like I said, we're not comfortable with it because there's no plan going forward. And like I said, the fact that he's going to throw this money in a general fund if it doesn't pass is wrong. It violates 2 contracts.
Through the moderator, statutes are laws, first of all. So a statute is a law. And I'll defer to the finance director. But again, regardless of what the contract may say or may not say, the town cannot spend money that's not appropriated for that purpose. And as the town administrator said, any of the monies brought in this year, if they're not put into this fund, go into the general fund and are available for appropriation for any purpose. The purpose of this article is to reserve the very funds that the speaker was talking about so it can be used for cable access and PEG purposes.
Yeah, I get that, but if it's going to invalidate the contract, then...
Whether the contract's valid or invalid, if you don't have an appropriation, you can't pay it, regardless of what the contract says.
Yeah, but you folks are the select board in the town. You can appropriate it if you want.
Any funds that are not specifically designated otherwise belong to the general fund. We have received $120,000 over the last several years of capital funds that we were putting aside in a fund that we did not have approval of this statute, which came out in 2016. The contract with NORCAM predates that. 2016 states
May I? Section 6.5, PEG Access Capital Support. Licensee, which is Comcast, shall provide a total capital payment of $150,000 to the issuing authority to be used for the purchase of PEG access equipment and/or facilities. Right there. And it was signed in 2018. So if you guys signed a contract, you didn't read this in 2018, that's not my fault. I've gone by this contract. This is the word I go by.
The contract does say that it will be paid to the awarding authority, which is us, and it does say for PEG access. That is why we have to reserve the funds in order to be able to give them to you.
The motion on the floor. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Article 21.
You guys have a few slides you're going to do
No,
separately?
Yeah.
I move to pass over Article 21 as printed in the warrant.
Right here behind you, we're supporting this. Select Board recommends passing over.
Finance Committee recommends passing over.
School Committee.
That was unanimous, by the way.
School committee recommends passing over. We have a comment. Small one. This big. This big. All right, not big. We're going to do this so fast, we don't even need to put a slide up. So in October, we came before a town meeting to describe the state of the modular units at both the Hood and the Little Schools that are both beyond repair. So no surprise, they're still beyond repair. Since then, we've applied for the Massachusetts School Building Authority to go through that process to try to replace those structures with a permanent unit. During that process, we've determined that the costs of doing the feasibility study pretty much are the costs of just buying the replacement modular units. So the school committee right now, we've basically said, listen, financially, we've heard everything going on in town right now, all the things we have to do. It's not in our best interest to go and try to appropriate more money for a very large project. We intend on withdrawing from MSBA consideration. This will not impact any further application, and we've confirmed that with MSBA. So we are going to peacefully withdraw from that. We plan on coming back in October with a proposal to put replacement modular units at the schools so that way we can focus on these larger projects that we've been talking about tonight. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous? End of the night, Mr. Pierce, Article 22.
Mr. Moderator, this is a street acceptance for Nickel Street, the Nickel Street extension. So I move to approve Article 22 as printed in the warrant.
Board of Selectmen.
Select Board unanimously recommends.
Finance Committee unanimously approves.
Further discussion?
Planning Commission.
Planning Commission, I'm sorry.
Yeah, the CPC unanimously recommends.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Unanimous.
I move to adjourn this meeting, CNDA.
call a vote, Mr. Moderator?